Test, test. Test, test, test. Test. 1 2 3 test. یک دو سه. اتأخرت أمامي في النابة تيست كان. أوابي باشا. باش. طوابي كجنو. Test 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 یک دو سه
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so we can immediately start. Thank you. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. The conference will immediately start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please be seated so we can immediately start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister Qubad Talabani, distinguished guests. It's an honor to welcome you to Slemani for the Delphi Forum focused on economic dialogue and foresight. Slemani itself is a symbol of ambition and innovation. So let this gathering be a space of reflection, ambition, and collective vision. And let Slemani once again show the region and the world the power of a meaningful dialogue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully invite you to stand and join me to listen all together to the Iraqi and Kurdistani national anthems performed by Sulaymaniyah Orchestra. Thank you for the Suli Symphony Orchestra. Thank you so much, everyone. And now, we will watch a video about 10 years of experience with the Delphi Forum.
How well do we remember the world in 2016? 10 years ago, in a small but sacred piece of land in Greece, an idea came to life. How well do we remember the world in 2016? 10 years ago, in a small but sacred piece of land in Greece, an idea came to life. Simple yet powerful. That unpacking the complexity of today's challenges requires the sum of the world's ingenuity and creative thinking. And the best vehicle to achieve this is an inclination as old as humanity itself. Gather together, think, discuss. When we founded the Delphi Economic Forum, we envisioned a space for meaningful discourse and an open exchange of ideas that drive solutions. This for us is the golden rule, the way forward. Because, as history teaches us, the alternative, division over intellectual debate, is unthinkable. A decade later, the world sits at a crossroads. This is a defining moment, a time of reckoning, but also of possibility. Can we make this period of profound global transformation truly matter? Can we believe in the future? A future built on knowledge, a future forged through collaboration, a future shaped by the decisions we make together. In its essence, the Delphi Economic Forum encapsulates one of humanity's greatest traits, optimism for the future. It takes immense levels of resolve and belief in our collective ability to make life better, to have made this amount of progress over the lifespan of human existence. And this resolve is urgently needed today. It is this resolve to become better that keeps bringing every single one of us back in Delphi every year. Yes, the world remains fraught with challenges, but every conversation we initiate, every collaboration we foster, and every insight we cultivate brings us closer to meaningful change.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the speech of Mr. Simeon Somokos, founder and president of the Delphi Economic Forum.
Beyanitan Bash. Sabahul Khair. Your Excellency, Mr. Qubad Talabani, Your Excellency, Mr. Andreas Pastrana, Prime Ministers, Ministers of the Republic of Iraq and the region of Kurdistan, European Union Commissioners, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a moment of profound significance to welcome you to this inaugural Delphi Economic Forum here in the historic, resilient, and patriotic city of Sulaymaniyah. The forum is under the high patronage of His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government, and under the auspices of the General Secretariat of the International Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Greece. I think this is the moment to thank His Excellency Qubad Talabani, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government, who has inspired us all and has initiated the first forum in Sulaymaniyah. Please join me to thank him very much, Mr. Qubad Talabani. Ladies and gentlemen, we convene today not merely to analyze the pressing geopolitical and economic challenges of our times, but to begin a dialogue rooted in a shared vision, one of regional stability, strategic cooperation, and sustained growth. We gather, I think, in a pivotal moment when the shifting dynamics of global powers, regional alliances, and economic interdependence are redrawing the strategic map of the Middle East and beyond. These transformations are not abstract forces. They shape the daily realities of our people, the future of our children, and the prospects for prosperity and peace across the borders. In this context, the Kurdistan region stands at a unique crossroads with its strategic geography, resource potential, and cultural vibrancy. Kurdistan is not just influenced by global shifts. It is increasingly, in my view, a contributor to regional discourse, economic resilience, and diplomatic engagement. The forum today reflects our commitment to deepen this role of Kurdistan region. Today and tomorrow, we will examine how Kurdistan's evolving relationship with the European Union, the neighboring Middle East states, and the broader international community can be leveraged to create shared value. We will discuss the region's strides in economic diversification, trade facilitation, and institutional reform. And we will explore how diplomacy, innovation, and inclusive growth can work together to foster social cohesion and long-term stability. The forum is not just about policy. I think it is about purpose. It is about translating dialogue into action and vision into impact. I would like to thank you all, leaders, thinkers, entrepreneurs, and change makers for being part of this important forum today. Let us begin our work with clarity, courage, and a commitment to cooperation. Welcome to Sulaymaniyah, and welcome to the first Economic Forum of Delphi here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will now watch another video. This video is about Slemani city.
Known as the City of Life, Slemani is known as the cultural capital of the Kurdistan region. Any developments within its boundaries reverberate throughout the region, establishing it as a model of growth and advancement for other cities across both Kurdistan and Iraq. This is Slemani. Ranking among Iraq and Kurdistan region's major urban centers, the city stands at an elevation of 853 meters above sea level. According to the most recent demographic statistics, the city hosts a population of 2,530,000 residents. Investment Law Number 4 of 2006 for the Kurdistan region offers key benefits to foreign investors, including a 10-year tax exemption across various sectors, project registration under their own names, customs exemptions for construction materials, and streamlined import and export of essential raw materials. Our legislation grants foreign investors the option to operate independently or in partnership arrangements, employ foreign labor, and exercise the right to transfer profits to their home countries or other international destinations. This regulatory framework ensures equal treatment for foreign and domestic investors, providing significant facilitation for foreign investment. These streamlined procedures and facilitations have contributed significantly to the authorization of 364 projects in Slemani Governorate by 2024. These ventures span diverse sectors including commerce, banking, industry, residential development, tourism, agriculture, education, healthcare, sports, and arts, representing a cumulative investment of over $21 billion. Slemani Governorate is recognized as Iraq's industrial pioneer, accounting for 53% of the sector's investment and hosting 32% of all factories in Iraq. It serves as a principal supplier of various industrial materials to Iraq and neighboring countries. The governorate features prominent cement and steel factories, petroleum product facilities, and diverse industrial enterprises. Kurdistan is advancing toward integration into the global energy map, with the energy sector emerging as a prominent domain. Numerous international companies have invested capital in oil extraction, gas production, and electricity generation. In comparison to the rest of Iraq, Slemani serves as a hub for superior healthcare, educational, and higher education services. These services maintain high-quality standards, with both domestic and foreign investors contributing to their development in alignment with international benchmarks. Slemani's geographical position renders it ideally suited for tourism development. The city experiences all 4 seasons across its various regions, and its natural environment and climate have established conditions that attract numerous tourists who consider Slemani their preferred destination. This vital sector presents opportunities for investors to deploy capital and reap substantial benefits. Residential development projects, urban complexes, and high-rise structures continue to experience increasing demand, particularly following the decision permitting foreign nationals to acquire residential properties. Agriculture represents a traditional occupation which originated in the region and remains active with diverse projects. The sector is shifting from self-sufficiency to exports, offering profitable investment opportunities as demands from Kurdistan and Iraq grow. This city calls for leadership and diversified development across all investment sectors, supported by appropriate legislative framework. Welcome to Slemani, a city of tranquility, comprehensive security, suitable opportunities, and facilitated investment prospects.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is a distinct honor for me to welcome His Excellency Qubad Talabani, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan region, a dedicated statesman and a reform advocate. When he had a distinguished career in diplomacy, in governance and economic reform, I think Mr. Talabani has played a pivotal role in shaping this modern Kurdistan. Today, I think we are all privileged to hear from a visionary leader committed to peace, progress, and prosperity for all in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Deputy Prime Minister to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, it is with immense pride and sincere pleasure that I welcome you all to the city of Slemani and to the inaugural Delphi Forum held in the Kurdistan region. Hosting this forum in Slemani is more than a symbolic milestone for our city. It is a powerful statement of our shared commitment to dialogue, cooperation, and forward-looking solutions. We are privileged to be joined today by an exceptional gathering of minds, policymakers, scholars, investors, diplomats, visionaries from across the globe. I offer a particularly warm welcome to our distinguished guests from Greece, a nation with which we share growing bonds of friendship, mutual respect, and historical depth. Today marks not just a forum of discussion, but the beginning of conversations that we hope will evolve into enduring partnerships. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to my friend, Simeon Simokos, the founder and president of the Delphi Economic Forum, to Peshoa Siweli, the chair of Superpower Company, and Channel 8, who are our media sponsors today. Slemani has long stood as a pillar of culture, resilience, and intellectual freedom. Even in the most challenging times, it has remained a city of learning, creativity, and innovation. It is only fitting that Sulaymaniyah now hosts a global dialogue on peace, progress, and economic cooperation. Across the Middle East today, we are witnessing profound challenges, ongoing conflicts, forced displacement, economic hardships, and deep political divides. Yet in the midst of these trials, there are voices calling for another path, for peace, for reform, for inclusion, and for long-term stability. At such a pivotal juncture, dialogue is not optional, it is essential. The Delphi Economic Forum offers a critical space where ideas can be exchanged freely, trust can be cultivated, and cross-border collaboration can take root. In the Kurdistan region, we deeply value such spaces and proudly support their continuation and their expansion. Peace is not simply the absence of violence, it is the presence of justice, dignity, opportunity, mutual respect, and mutual understanding. For us, peace is not just a moral aspiration, it is a strategic imperative. It is the foundation upon which a stronger and more prosperous future must be built. As Aristotle said, peace is the greatest of all blessings. Kurdistan stands at the crossroads of regional transformation. After decades of war, surviving genocide, and rebuilding from the scorched earth policies of previous Iraqi regimes, we now play a pivotal role in Iraq's political and economic landscape. Our ability to engage constructively with all actors across divides positions us as a bridge builder in a fragmented region. Moreover, our engagement extends beyond local and regional issues. On global challenges, such as energy security, climate change, and irregular migration, we have taken an active role working with our international partners to pursue common and sustainable solutions. I hope that during the next 2 days, this forum provides the opportunity to explore these issues in greater depth and forge collaborative pathways forward. In that spirit, we are implementing economic reforms aimed at diversification, empowering our youth, supporting women's empowerment, and attracting long-term, responsible and sustainable investment. Slemaniya stands as a testament to what can be achieved even in difficult circumstances through entrepreneurship, innovation, and resilience. From energy and tourism to agro-tourism to cleaner industry, utilizing artificial intelligence and new technology, all the way to the arts, Sulaymaniyah is brimming with potential. We are ready to partner with all who share our vision for inclusive, sustainable development. I would also like to highlight the increasingly strong relationship between Kurdistan and Greece. This forum is itself a symbol of that evolving partnership. We are grateful to the Greek government and the Delphi Economic Forum for choosing Slemani as the site of this important gathering. Kurdistan and Greece, two lands with ancient roots, are demonstrating that tradition and transformation can go hand in hand in the pursuit of a brighter future. So as you take part in this forum, I invite you to experience all that Sulaymaniyah has to offer, not just in ideas, but in soul. Engage with its people, explore its culture, appreciate its history, eat its food, and together let us envision a future not only for Kurdistan, but for the entire region, one built on cooperation, dialogue, and peace. So thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the power of conversation and connection, and thank you for making Sulaymaniyah a meaningful stop on your journey. Inscribed at the Temple of Apollo at Delphi are the words, "Know thyself." So as Delphi reminds us, in knowing ourselves, we can chart a path to peace and prosperity. Welcome to Sulaymaniyah.
Your Excellency, we thank you very much for your remarks, for your inspiring and thoughtful message. I think today we lay the foundations for an institution which I hope it will go well in the years to come. We have to do an annual event here, and I'm looking forward to your leadership and to your cooperation, sir. We thank you very much. Thank you. So we're honored also to have with us today His Excellency Andrés Pastrana, the former President of the Republic of Colombia and a respected global statesman. President Pastrana is renowned for his leadership in democratic reform, peace building, and his enduring commitment to human rights and regional stability. It is a privilege to hear from a leader whose vision and experience continue to shape dialogue on governance and international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to the podium President Pastrana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Dear Simeon Somosokos, President of Delphi Forum, thank you for inviting us. Dear friend and Deputy Prime Minister Qubad Talabani. The world is a critical moment of transition within the framework of the so-called geopolitics of uncertainty. The foundation pillars of the international architecture that was built after World War II are under threat from within and from without. Today, the great question revolves around the outcome of the process of change, introspection, and strategic competition among powers. The vast majority of the analysts agree on the enormous magnitude of this process and its direct effect on the distribution of power and resources and the adherence to norms that provide legitimacy. The global scenario is thus presented under the formula FFP+, more fragile, fragmented, and polarized. This situation is generating deep cracks in terms of validity of the democratic values, peace and security, divisions between and within countries, questioning economic and financial interdependence, and challenge to development, cooperation, and solidarity. We need, therefore, a new world under the triad of democracy, security, and development as fundamental pillars that contribute to the construction of a more prosperous future and generate well-being for the entire population. These three elements are intrinsically linked and have the capacity to drive and enhance each other. Indeed, democracy provides a framework for security and development through citizens' participation, respect of human rights, and good governance. In turn, security is fundamental for democracy and development to thrive, as well as contributing to the creation of an enabling environment for economic, business, and social growth. Democracy at a global level is facing difficult times given the rise of authoritarianism. We are facing a progressive process of institutional erosion and deterioration of the social cohesion. Citizens are increasingly indifferent to the fate of their political regimes. Indeed, the most recent Democracy Index of the Economist Intelligence Unit reaffirms the global decline of democracy and the strengthening of authoritarianism. In 2024, the figures for support for democracy reached the lowest levels. The deterioration is increasingly noticeable in the categories of civil liberties, electoral process, and pluralism. A cause of concern is the fact that only 6.6% of the world's population lives in full democracies. In addition, the findings of the V-Dem project of the University of Gothenburg in Sweden point in the same direction. According to this prestigious research institute, 71% of the world's population, 5.7 billion, live in authoritarianism, and the current levels of democracy per person have fallen back to those of 1985. In other words, 4 decades have been lost. The emphasis is now in 2 critical areas: institutions and rights. In this sense, freedom of expression, transparent elections, and freedom of association are under scrutiny. However, the analysis highlights strong difference by regions, with East Asia and Pacific, Central and South Asia, and the Middle East being most affected by the epidemic of authoritarianism. We are facing the global trend of the emergence of authoritarian leaders who are willing to offer to their citizens, through false illusions, the possibility of damaging the system of democratic institutions in exchange of supposed benefits. More and more people seem willing to give up certain freedoms, freedom rights, or institutions in exchange for short-term benefits. At the forefront of the alarming trend is a new generation of dictators. These are populists who are the product of disenchantment and anger. Their modus operandi is more or less the same. They come to power through electoral ballot manipulating rules of the game and electronic systems, making use of cohesion and deploying an armament of disinformation that is enhanced in social networks and with new technologies. Their obsession for power and their arbitrary concentration has led them to desperately seek a democratic mask that hides their past and also their authoritarian spirit. It allows them to walk around the world and the neighborhood, flaunt their democratic spirit, and create false illusions in population that each time express their disillusionment and anger under the false promises of social inclusion, economic development, and security. These tyrannical leaders are increasingly collaborating with each other to refine and expand their method of repression while rejecting democratic pressure. The project of democracy is being challenged as it fails to deliver the result it promised. The new generation shows less attachment to democratic values. Facing this reality means understanding that this perception is not a product of ignorance, but the result of objective realities that must be understood and transformed. Just as democracy is at the critical point, so is security. There are profound questions about its effectiveness. We find ourselves at the moment of the great historical conflict since 1945 between states and within nations. According to the studies of the Oxford University, global security has three dimensions for its integral approach: political, economic, and social. The political dimensions related to the geostrategic balance of power between different states as well as their non-state actors. The economic dimension refers to transitional supply chains and illicit flows, and the social dimension is related to instability and insecurity at the local level. Global security must therefore be analyzed from the global to the local and from the local to the global. Within this framework, we face serious challenges to peace and security that require great disarmament at the global level and progress in the fight against terrorism, organized crime, and cybercrime. It's therefore necessary to promote and modernize a new global disarmament, non-proliferation, and security agenda at the United Nations. This must take into account that the use of new technologies and the development of artificial intelligence represent renewed challenges, as they are incorporated into weapons and military equipment that will have great scope for destruction and damage. At the same time, the levels of organized crime in the world are now upward trend. In a context marked by the interconnection of economies, in the spread of information and disinformation, currently at least 83% of the population lives in countries with high levels of crime. The situation, according to the Global Organized Crime Index 2023, giving top priority to financial crime, focuses on the links between organized crime and corruption, paying more attention to the nexus between organized crime and conflict, intensifying efforts to strengthen resilience in vulnerable communities, and advocating for civil society and promoting it with more space in public policy dialogue and formulation. The proliferation of violence at the local level and organized crime have serious repercussions in the consolidation of the rule of law, the dysfunctioning of the political system, and the generation of authoritarian attitudes that questions the supremacy of human rights in the face of the need to address security challenges. The interaction between security and democracy is a priority. As humanity, we face the challenge of advancing the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, which has the enormous virtue of having a beacon that guides collective action on development. The SDGs should be understood as the universal agreed roadmap for overcoming economic and geopolitical divisions, restoring trust, and rebuilding solidarity. However, the progress is still precarious and means that inequalities will continue to deepen and the risk of a polarized and fragmented world will increase. According to the United Nations, half the world is being left behind. Progress on more than 50% of the SDG targets is weak and insufficient, and 30% are stagnant or have regressed. This includes several and essential targets on poverty, hunger, and climate. The UN even issued the following warning: if we do not act now, the 2030 Agenda could become the epitome of the world that it could have been. This situation of slow progress is mainly related to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, Russian invasion of Ukraine and the increase of food and energy prices, deficits and financing costs, the burden of external debt, among others. is there necessary to reform the international financial architecture, global institutions that guarantee greater equality and social inclusion, review decision-making process in multilateral spaces for the benefit of the people and the planet, and achieve greater coordination between the public and private sectors for the construction of green, resilient, and digital economies. I would like to end these words with a reflection on my region, Latin America. It must direct its efforts toward the virtuous triad of democracy, security, and development. It is more necessary than ever. It is time to accelerate. Latin America, which had successfully navigated the third wave and recovered democratic values and principles, is once again navigating in the midst of a storm. In the region, 65% of the population is dissatisfied with the result of democracy, and 40% think that it can function without political parties, parliament, or opposition. The adjectives assigned today to democracy in the region are numerous, but they refer to the same incremental and stealthy phenomenon: recession, diabetes, and regression. We are facing a profound disaffection and a turning point. Of concern is the growing tolerance and involvement of the military in the civilian life in some nations, and it used an instrument to repress and alter the constitutional order. These threats even greater with the growing establishments of illiberal and corrupt regimes that have direct connections with transnational crime, drugs, arms, illegal mining and money laundering, human trafficking, and the best example, unfortunately, is the Maduro narco dictatorship in Venezuela. And to complete the dramatization of this scenario, it should be emphasized that the region has become the most violent region in the world, with increasing levels of violence having serious repercussions on society. In fact, 51% of the population feels unsafe. 30% of households have been victims of crime in the last year. 1 in 4 companies identifying crime as a constraint to doing business, and the most affected population are women, children, and diverse groups. The approach to crime in the region requires a multisectoral, multidisciplinary, and holistic effort for the understanding and tension resolution. Its focus should be in the analysis of the 15 criminal markets and the 5 types of criminal actors: state-integrated criminal networks, the mafia-type groups, foreigners, and private sector. In terms of development, Latin America finds itself in what could be called a cascading series of crises: climate, health, employment, social, education, food security, energy, and the cost of living. This calls for revitalizing the commitments of the 2030 Agenda, given that only 22% of the goals have been met, and there is a need for greater investment and financing. A different way of making public policy is therefore necessary. These future challenges call for a stronger, more coordinated international community that plays a constructive role. However, these external efforts must complement and not replace the internal tasks carried out by the state, political parties, civil society organizations, the media, academia, the private sector, among others. The task begins, in any case, at home. This is our responsibility, and the future is built today. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we thank you very much for your participation, for your inspiring words. Thank you for sharing with us the challenges and the difficulties of your country, of Latin America. And we have an agreement that you join us in Delphi next April, bringing a small group of important leaders from your country. We are looking forward to having you in our region, the East Med, and Europe as well. Let me also now invite to the podium the Ambassador of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Georgios Alamanos, who was also very important in helping us for the organization of this event. Please join me to welcome the Ambassador of Greece to the podium. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tsomokos, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to participate in this forum. Its organization is the result of the strong mutual interest of the Delphi Forum and the Kurdish leadership, in particular of the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Qubad Talabani, to enhance their cooperation following the participation of members of the regional government in the Delphi Forum in Greece in the last years. I believe this event shows, among other things, the importance the region's leadership attaches to a comprehensive dialogue about major issues affecting the Kurdish region, Iraq, and Middle East. It takes place at a time of major developments both in the Middle East as well as in the world as a whole. Developments which will challenge leaders to adapt to them, to reassess their goals and the course of their action, and hopefully to exploit these developments constructively. In this framework, let me mention two very important recent events. 2 months ago, the head of the Syrian Democratic Forces, following consultations with the leaders of the Kurdish region, signed an agreement regarding integration of the SDF into the Syrian state institutions. Also, the PKK, following the instructions of Abdullah Öcalan, decided 5 days ago to disband and disarm. In view of the uncertainty of the present international environment, these are developments showing realism and political maturity. Concerning developments on a federal level, the government of Iraq, in my view, will continue even more decisively to do what is necessary internationally and internally to keep Iraqi society peaceful, stable, and secure, leading for this purpose a balanced foreign policy. The primacy of this goal is generally recognized since it is the fundamental demand of the Iraqi society, which has gone through decades of turmoil and suffering. The coming parliamentary elections in November will, I believe, be a further step in this process of consolidation. The holding of the Arab Summit yesterday in Baghdad reflects, among other things, the strides Iraq has made, especially since the start of the tenure of the present government 2.5 years ago, in attaining internal stability and security, as well as the will of Iraq and ability to play its role as a responsible partner in regional affairs. Concerning the pending issues in the relations between federal government and the Kurdish region, one can also expect a constructive approach based on the Iraqi constitution. Regarding the internal policies of Iraq, it seems that Iraq will continue in the next decades to grapple with major social and economic problems and challenges as other countries of the region, relating to the rapid population growth and the multifaceted issues emanating from it, youth unemployment, degradation of the environment, problem of economic diversification, development of infrastructures, as well as social issues of fundamental importance, such as the ones relating to the equality between men and women. Iraq is not a poor country. It is an upper middle income country with the potential to go higher. As a result, the Iraqi leadership and society are in a position to set not just quantitative, but most importantly, qualitative goals. I think this approach is shared by the whole of society. As an indication, let me refer to a research done by 2 EU consulates in Erbil some years ago on the cause of illegal immigration of youth. A basic finding of this research was that a key motivation was not simply the improvement of one's economic prospects, but the enjoyment of the public and social goods offered by the European social model, as well as the quality relations between the state and the citizens. Another area in which I think the society would like to see a substantial improvement is education. At this moment, a large percentage, estimated at 45%, of the Iraqi families send their children to private schools. To make the urgency clearer for social goods and infrastructures, suffice to say that the inhabitants of Baghdad spend many hours every day in moving to work and back home because of the lack of public transport. Consequently, economic progress and growth should be seen, in my view, in the light of such needs. Kurdistan region of Iraq, thanks to its dynamism, resources, and ambition, is fully capable of making this leap towards the sustainable, prosperous, and institutionally mature society that its youth wants. In pursuing these goals, Iraq and European Union countries could develop very fruitful partnerships. As to the development of Greek-Iraqi relations, and in particular with Kurdistan region, let me say that we are encouraged and driven to further action by such initiatives as this forum, by the increasing productive presence of Greek companies, by the establishment of a direct air route between Erbil and Athens since last February, but above all by the atmosphere of friendship and deeper understanding between Iraqis and Greeks, Greeks and Kurds. In settings such as this event, the participants feel probably more comfortable to express themselves, engage in an exchange of ideas and insights, and suggest solutions to old and new problems. This is even more necessary today in a period of coexistence, on one hand, of immense potential for freedom, welfare for all, and harmonious cooperation, and on the other hand, the increase internationally of aggressiveness, intolerance, and wars. If things were to be seen in a historical perspective, how could they be justified not only on the basis of ethics, but even on the basis of a broader assessment? It is in such circumstances that mind tends to recall Sophocles' statement in his tragedy, the Antigone, «Πολλά τα δεινάν, κουδέν ανθρώπου δεινότερον πέλη». Let me explain, not translate this ancient Greek text. There are many awesome elements in life, but the most awesome is the human being, either for the worst or the best. Let's think here about the best. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. I hope we shall work together again for the next Sulaymaniyah Forum, and please convey our thanks to your Consul General, Mr. Sterigoulas. Ladies and gentlemen, before we give the floor to my friend Nick Gowing, who is the Director of Thinking the Unthinkable in the United Kingdom, who is going to chair the first panel, please allow me to recognize a few of our guests who are here with us today. Mr. Ahmed Davutoglu, who is here with us, and his wife. Mr. Massimo D'Alema is with us from Italy as well. Dimitri Avramopoulos, who was Commissioner, Mayor of Athens, Minister, and so on and so forth. Anna Diamandopoulou, our pride in Greece, Commissioner and Minister for many times. I think General Sir Nick Carter, the former UK Chief of the Defence Staff, is with us as well. Mr. Hoshyar Zabari, the former Foreign Minister of Iraq. Mr. Radi Boutoum, who is the head of the EU office. I hope he's here with us. If not, he will join us soon. Mr. Nikos Papandreou from the famous family. He's a member now of the European Parliament. Ms. Leila Omer, the President of the Municipal County of Sulaymaniyah. She will join us soon if she's not here. Madam, thank you very much. And Mr. Ulrich Nussbaum, who from Germany, who was the State Secretary for a number of years. So with this, I would like to thank you all for coming at this opening session. We are going to immediately start the next session, but give us only 20 seconds to put the right stage here. And Nick, I would like to have your understanding for a couple of, 1 minute that we do this. So please, the production people may bring the chairs. Thank you. We had a great opening, Mr. Talabani. We thank you very much. It was excellent. And we're looking forward to a great discussion now. Let me also invite the governor of Sulaymaniyah is here with us. I made a huge mistake. Let us invite him to the podium. And the governor of Al-Aqsa, yes. Thank you very much. I will be better next year, don't worry. Mr. Gowing. Nick, are you here? I wish you the best because you have 5 extremely important world leaders to chair a very important discussion. Yes. And perhaps also it was my mistake that I forgot also Mr. Apostolakis, our minister, and please let us welcome him because he was minister for another. I'm sorry, Minister. I apologize. What can I do? Μας συγχωρείτε. Ναύαρχε, με συγχωρείς πολύ. Αύριο θα το κάνω το πρωί πιο ωραία. My friend Nick, good luck. Let's start as soon as possible.
sound. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to see you, and thanks for being patient during the switching of chairs and so on. Let me remind you what we heard from Simeon a moment ago, right at the beginning. This is a time of reckoning, but also opportunity. So while the microphones are sorted out here and we provide water and everything else, as Simeon said, I'm doing a lot of work on thinking the unthinkable. But this has been an extraordinary week in Middle East politics, and we're looking at the Middle East in the global order, strategic alliances and global challenges. Easy to write a few weeks ago, but look at the speed at which things are changing in these complex times. Let me just give you 3 or 4 pointers to what has been happening. We've obviously had Trump in the region. We've had the Baghdad summit of the Arab League, and we have what's happening in Gaza at the moment. And the extraordinary sight of President Trump in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia meeting the interim Syrian president, who until a few days ago actually had a bounty of $10 million on his head as a jihadist. Things are moving and surprising people in ways which, if we had met a week ago, we would not even be talking about. The Baghdad summit has been taking place as well, and I think it's important to underscore the kind of language that's coming from there. But also the World Bank confirmed that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Qatar have actually paid off Syria's debts. Would we have imagined that a week ago? It shows the dynamism in the region. And what's happening in Iran as well, because Trump has made very clear that we are getting close, as he put it, in the bilateral discussions, much of which is not known publicly. But something will happen if Iran does not move fast. And an Iranian official was confirmed as saying that Iran's Al-Quds Force commander went to Baghdad pre-summit to, quote, convey support for Iran-US negotiations to reach a nuclear deal and lift sanctions on Iran. I took the trouble to look at what the Secretary General of the Arab League said yesterday at the Baghdad summit as well, talking about Israel's aggressive and reckless policy in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, pushing the entire region into an endless cycle of confrontation. So these are the signals which are out there in really unpleasant form. And it's very difficult to work out quite what Trump did achieve in the Middle East in his three stops. I leave that to our guests to begin to unpick. But I put this to you not just to cover the microphones and the chairs, but also to underscore that a few hours in this region can change things and move things in unpredictable directions enormously. Simeon actually introduced all the panelists, so I'm now going to ask each of them, and I've said to them 4 minutes each, please, to summarize what we should take away from the last few days and where things might be going. So, Mr. Zabari, first of all to you. We're in your country, so tell us what your assessment is in 4 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Nick. It's really a great pleasure to be here with so many friends. I mean, Ahmed Beg, Massimo, many friends here on the panel, and you, Nick, whom we have a long history. Thanks for the Delphi Forum for inviting us and for the efforts of Qubad for bringing this international forum to Kurdistan. Really, this is an achievement in itself. As what is happening, dramatic things are happening, Nick, in my view.
Unexpected?
I learned one thing through my career in politics and in government, international politics, that things in the Middle East are interconnected, cannot be separated. Because of what happened, actually, after the attack of October 7, really it was a turning point in the history of this region. And we've seen many powers, many forces have collapsed, new forces have arisen, let's say, and still this is evolving. As you mentioned, what happened recently through the Trump visit to the Gulf, again, was really nobody expected, you see, so quickly that the new administration, who used to be named as disengaging with the Middle East, in fact, are re-engaging even stronger. I heard one American friend, if the United States will run away from the Middle East will follow the United States and to their homes. And also the legitimization of the new Syrian regime, as you mentioned. In fact, that was one of the surprises that happened with their full support for the new Syrian regime and accepting the will of the Syrian people for regime change, irrespective of the background or the history. I think as a de facto administration, they are there. And that has been our argument with our Iraqi friends in the government. You should deal positively with what you have on the ground, instead of chaos in Syria, which we saw before during Assad regime, how ISIS invaded our country, Iraq and Kurdistan. So it's better for us to have a more stable regime there. Of course, the Arab Summit, actually, we followed it as you very closely. It was an important development. But at the same time, actually, the level of representation of the Arab leadership was low. And that sends a signal, really, about the unhappiness of these regimes about the direction Iraq is going. And the way it's making so many enemies with Syria, with Lebanon, with Jordan, with Kuwait, with Turkey, and you name it. This is not the way to run a balanced, really, foreign policy or government. As for us, for the Kurds, because you are in Kurdistan, we had a great election last October, and with good participation by our population, really, which we credit them for the turnout. It was over 75%, and the results were announced. It was peaceful, it was civilized. And since then, we've been engaged in government formation efforts. Still with my colleagues, Qubad and others who are there, we have been engaged positively, in fact, in trying to form the Kurdish regional government as soon as possible. This is an obvious fact. Together, and unified, we'll be stronger, we'll be nicer in front of our friends, and we'll be in a better position to deal with the international community, with our neighbors. So really, we are at a critical stage. I think we are close to form this government, but it's not over until it's over. Hopefully soon we will resume our talks as soon as possible.
And quickly, can I just ask you, what view did you take of what President Trump did in those three nations? What message he left about US engagement or not?
Well, I think the message is one of engagement, indeed, with this huge investment that they have contributed to the US economy, and also choosing as his first foreign trips to Saudi Arabia is a message in itself, really, that this administration will not hands off of this region. It will be engaged, re-engaged. Of course, there are so many unresolved conflicts. Of course, we all see what's happening in Gaza, this massacre and the killing. And also in Lebanon, the Syrian situation is not stable. Iraq this year is going to a new national election. Again, it will be fiercely competed, I think, by all the factions. But generally, we live in a region that really the key issue for us is stability first and then prosperity.
Hoşan, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to the Turkish view from Ahmet Davutoglu.
Thank you very much.
Particularly about Trump and what messages have been left. In other words, what you can take away from the last few days.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I want to express my thanks to my dear friend, brother Qubad Talabani, and to Mr. Somokis, Rojbash, Sersera Sercheva. Thank you very much. And it was a great honor for me to pay tribute to Mam Jalal, my great friend, great leader, in his mausoleum. Nick, maybe you remember we were together in Astana 2017.
Very much so.
And there was an interesting discussion. When you asked the same question there, it was the first year of first Trump era. I said that now the world is under the pressure of two trends. One is utopic optimists, the other one is nihilistic pessimists. Utopic optimists such as end of history in positive sense, nihilistic pessimism such as we are approaching to Third World War. Now the same pressure is on us, but now we are more nihilistic, pessimist. You asked me, I remember, what is your option? I said, I am following the methodology of realistic optimism. Realism is needed to understand the picture, the trends, the events. But if you are realistic, you can analyze, you can see the risks and threats, but you cannot produce a vision. Nihilist pessimists cannot produce a vision. So we have to have, if we want to develop a vision, optimism is needed. What is the realistic situation today? I want to make an analogy. Today, we are facing like stock market volatility in international relations. If you have volatility in stock market, if you want to invest, you have two options. Either you will win or the system will collapse. Today, the realistic analysis of the international relations in general, particularly in our region, is unpredictability, especially with President Trump's position. Sometimes we are becoming very optimistic when he says he wants to bring peace to Gaza, ceasefire to Gaza. But after a few days, he says people of Gaza should be removed to make Gaza Riviera of Middle East. He's talking on a people, not on a resort area. Today, genocide is continuing in Gaza. Without stopping genocide in Gaza, nothing can be achieved in the region. That's clear. This is the biggest human crime. Similarly, one day we are getting very optimistic when there is a channel, direct channel. I know this from the background as the mediator between Iran and United States for nuclear issue. First time ever, they met in Oman. We are getting optimistic. But next day, a high rhetoric against each other. Similarly, Houthis in Yemen, one day he is criticizing them, next day he is praising. Similarly, on the other side, Ukraine, President Putin says he wants to meet Zelensky in Istanbul. We are getting very optimistic. But next day, he sends a very low-level delegation just to meet. Why I am saying this? This unpredictability is there. Why do we have this unpredictability? Because the norms and institutions of international relations, especially UN, has declined.
Can I therefore summarize what you're saying? The clarity which has emerged now is unpredictability.
Yes. And let me just give a good example of Arab Summit. I am following very closely, and I congratulate President Abdul Latif Rashid and Prime Minister Soudani because of their success. But the best thing they have done is inviting UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez as guest of honors. This was a message to US that UN Secretary General is important. And Antonio is my very close friend. We worked together when he was UNHCR. He is a man of wisdom, a man of principle, and this is a good chance that we have such a Secretary General in UN. Now, this is the picture what we have. About vision, two things I would suggest. One is inclusivity, the other one is interdependency. Inclusivity is needed for socio-political coherence. And today, there are some good attempts for this. For example, the new administration in Syria, they have difficulties, but nation reconciliation is needed. During Ba'athist regimes in Syria and Iraq, they were minority regimes and exclusionary minority regimes. We had Halepce, we had Eastern Ghouta, chemical weapons attacks. So now what we need is inclusivity everywhere in the region. And The second is socio-economic parameter, interdependency. We must know as policy makers, statesmen, politicians, diplomats, either we will win together or we will lose together. There is no option of one side wins, the other loses. Now it is time for intellectuals, for policymakers of the region to make a decision, a vision, how we can achieve a win-win solution. Let me give a just very striking example, since there was reference to the decision of dissolution by PKK. If the end of terror by PKK comes, not only Turkey will win, the region, Kurdistan regional government will win. Turkish-Kurdish relation, Turkish-Iraqi relation will be much more brightened than today. So inclusivity is a must. Interdependency, socio-economic relations between communities, especially Kurdish populations in 4 countries, that will strengthen, that economic interdependency will strengthen Turks, Arabs, Kurds, all of us. So it is time for owning our region, not expecting anything from anyone. If you allow me just one additional about Trump.
Yes, because you're well over 4 minutes.
Yeah. Just a striking example of, I checked the list of his delegation. Of course, there are diplomats, but the most prominent persons of Trump's delegation were the CEOs and owners of giant technological companies, like Amazon, like, I don't want to give the names, like IBM, like Elon Musk, of course, Alphabet. So I hope one day Trump will make another tour. It was good to visit Gulf, but he should come to Egypt for Gaza, to Jordan for West Bank, to Syria to Turkey for Syria. Right. So this will be next step to be questioned.
Ahmed, pause there for a moment. I'm going to go to the other end to General Sinek Carter. General, can I call you Nick, if I may? Nick, when you look at this, and including Iran as well, which I'd like you to raise as well, because you talk about this being politically and economically now, in your terms, dynamic. What do you mean by that?
I'm just going to zoom out very briefly, Nick, if I may. And it's a great pleasure to be with you this afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. There's a very well-known Italian philosopher, Antonio Gramsci, who I thought put it very well in the 1930s, when he observed on the world order in the 1930s that the old world is dying, the new one struggles to be born, now is the time of monsters. And I think what we're seeing play out, and it has a huge bearing on this region as well, is we are moving towards a new world order, as increasingly designed by President Donald Trump, because he believes in a world order of strong men. He believes in spheres of influence that flow from those strong men. And the entry ticket to this new world of strong men and spheres of influence, I regret to say, is hard power, naked hard power. And that's what he respects. Now, that has a huge bearing, I would suggest, on this region, where over the course of the last few years, the old order has also disappeared, and we see a new order being born. And in many ways, that new order is also based upon strength and on strong men. Think Mohammed bin Salman, think President Erdogan. These are people who earn their respect, not least from the great powers and the Americans, but also, of course, locally for those same reasons. This is a region that really does need stability, though. It's a region that needs economic diversification and growth. And I think there is an increasing recognition, particularly from the great powers, that there are countries here with their own individual political and economic heft. And that gives them respect, and it gives them the opportunity to change the balance. And what, of course, we've seen play out since the 7th of October. Initially, Israel, I think, was cautioned by the Biden administration not to create a war on many fronts, but to focus on the Gaza problem. And what, of course, has happened as this has evolved is that Israel has seen a number of opportunities. And, of course, the effect of that has been to see Iran's presence in the region significantly weakened. We have, of course, seen Hezbollah's demise to a degree, and how that is connected to Syria and all that's happening in Syria. And, of course, we've seen the same to a degree with Hamas. Bring Donald Trump into the equation, a new American president with a new doctrine, who, frankly, is about disruption. He's about unpredictability. He doesn't believe in war. He believes in peace. He'd like to have a Nobel Peace Prize. And he believes on the importance of finance and economics because he believes that that leads towards stability. And that's what I think we saw playing out in many ways during the course of his visit last week. Not least, of course, because they're good deals to the United States of America. So he would love, wouldn't he, to be able to create a deal with Saudi Arabia that would bring Saudi Arabia and Israel together. I personally don't see that happening, given the way in which Gaza is now playing out and the way in which Prime Minister Netanyahu is pushing the war ahead. But to Nick's big question, which is, of course, the question of Iran. And we know well that over the last 4 to 5 weeks, we've seen decent quality conversations occurring between Mr. Trump's negotiator, Mr. Witkoff, and the Iranian government. And we've heard glimmerings of what might be happening here. I think we need to recognize that President Trump's motivation will be to do a better deal than the deal that President Obama had, the so-called JCPOA. He wants to see a better deal than that. And that, of course, is going to be about enrichment and de-enrichment. And I think the big open question at the moment is whether or not Iran is prepared to sign up to some new arrangement associated with de-enrichment. And if they are, then I suspect that a Trump deal may be on the table. If they're not, of course, we've seen a huge build-up of US military power in the region, whether it's bombers in Diego Garcia, whether it's additional carrier groups in the Gulf and further afield. That is a coercive strategy, but would the door be opened ajar to Netanyahu, who might well see this as a great opportunity, given that I think all of us would accept that Iran probably has not been as weak as she is now since the revolution in 1979. So I think it all hinges on what plays out in the next few weeks and whether or not that deal can be reached. And if it isn't, there's a big question mark, I would suggest.
Can I just put what I put to Ahmed, that the greatest clarity is unpredictability at the moment. There's no clear lines at all.
I think disruption and I think unpredictability, but a desire for peace.
Massimo D'Alema, welcome. It's lovely to see you, Prime Minister of Italy until 2000. What's your view about where things are going in this region?
Well, first of all, let me say I'm very grateful for your invitation, and I'm very happy to be again in this city. Let me recall my first visit because I was invited here many years ago by President Jalal Talabani, a good friend of mine. And I remember with emotion that visit, also because I always share the feeling of admiration and solidarity with the struggle of the Kurdish people. Let me start by what I consider the real emergency, which is Gaza. Don't underestimate what's happening there. I have on my phone the images from Gaza. I have a friend there. I watched this morning the funeral of 100 children dead of hunger, while Israel is preventing food, water, and medicine to enter Gaza. What's happening is something destined to mark for a long period the relation between the West, the Western world, that is perceived as responsible for silent complicity, and the Arab people. I don't say the Arab government. The Arab government are pragmatic. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about the hatred and resentment, which means for us insecurity for many years. And don't forget that 40 million of Islamic people are living within the border of European Union. What we are doing? Nothing. Where is Europe? Disappeared. What about our values, principles? Nothing. We have an association agreement with Israel, a free trade agreement, conditional on the respect of human rights. How we can keep that, having as a partner a criminal? The Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, was very courageous yesterday. He announced that, I read what he said in Parliament. Spain will not trade with Israel because we cannot work with a genocidal state. If many acted like this, I think we could stop Netanyahu. This is the first message. I don't see in the Arab leadership, in European leadership, a reaction up to the challenge. Because this conflict shifted from a national conflict to a religious, ethnic conflict. And also, this is clear also from the European point of view, because this is the reason why the European right that was traditionally anti-Semitic became the main support of Israel. Because Israel is perceived as the outpost of our civilization in the war against Islamic civilization. But if that vision takes place, security, cooperation is finished in this part of the world. That, let me start, that is the emergency. Second consideration, if I can. Well, the Pope, the new Pope, on the path of the Pope Francis said, the future belongs to those we are able to build bridges, not to build walls. And I think I totally agree with him. And that region, Middle East, can be a very important bridge between the East and the West for geographical reasons, but also for cultural, economic reasons, which means to work with the Americans, that's a tradition, but also to open to a cooperation with Asia. If I have to sum up what we are living, the power is shifting from the West to the East. And at the end of the century, the change will be done.
Massimo, thank you. Let's pause there for a moment, because I want to go to Dimitris. Because in all of this, there's humanity. There are human beings. There are people on the move. And obviously what's happened in Syria is remarkable and could ease the pressure on Turkey particularly. But when you think back to your work as the Commissioner on migration and movement, what do you think we have to take away from this? Is there a stability and clarity emerging? Is there? Which allows people to think, maybe I'm safe where I am? Or are we facing even increasing levels of movement, not least because of climate change and the difficulties for farmers, for everyone, to deal with higher temperatures, less rainfall, all the things which I don't need to list here. What's your assessment of what's coming down the track? Not in 10 or 20 years, but 10 or 20 months, maybe.
Exactly. First of all, I would like to express my thanks for being here, to discover this part of the world. It's my very first time, and I believe that the events like this, Mr. Talabani, will help Sulaymaniyah to come back on the track and on the map, because most of the Europeans do not know where Sulaymaniyah is located. Coming to your question, let me start by telling you that this big issue of migration will be with us for many, many decades. Right now we are here in Sulaymaniyah, more than 450 million people around the world are on the move. And the global community was never prepared for that. some initiatives had been taken, but the results are very, very poor. Given this climate of uncertainty today, which has to do with the fact that the whole world is getting reshaped, I'm afraid that we are going to be confronted with huge problems. You mentioned countries in the region before. Maybe you know that my good friend Ahmed knows that Turkey right now is hosting more than 5 million refugees. I don't want to use the word burden, but I can understand how Turkey is feeling. And this should be recognized by all of us. When I was European Commissioner for Migration...
And Egypt is hosting 7 million as well.
It's 7 now. And it's going to be more in the future, I'm afraid, because there are no solutions by the international community. Talking about the European Union. The European Union was taken by surprise in the year 2015 and had no idea of how to cope with this problem. I was the lucky one, because it was my responsibility, to start building from scratch both the migration policy and strategy of Europe and the security issue, which was also on the top. And talking about security, I can tell you that we are in a region that has suffered a lot by terrorism in the past. ISIS has been defeated on the ground, but the roots are still there in the prisons and in ungoverned regions of this part of the world. So, yes, it is migration. It has to be tackled. The international community did not do a lot. I remember I had asked the Secretary General of the United Nations at the time to convene an extraordinary assembly in the United Nations. They gathered there, leaders from all down there, fantastic rhetorics, but nothing was done. These are two aspects of the problems that the humanity is confronted today. But for me, the most important one has to do with the fact that the world is getting reshaped. New zones of influence have started being created around the world, and new stakeholders have started playing their role. Are we prepared for that? You mentioned before Mr. Trump's policy. Let's wait and see when the sand will settle, because we still live in very uncertain conditions. You see what's happening in Ukraine right now. Let's hope that today's call between Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin will give some results. But it was explained before what happened just 2 days in Istanbul. I'm very much concerned, because I believe that our generation will leave behind ashes if we do not take responsibilities right now at all levels, national, regional, and global. You know, we are the unique generation in mankind's history in Europe that we have not lived a war, and we take it for granted. We believe that we shall all live like this. It's not the case. You see how things have changed, even in Europe. And Europe right now is very weak. Europe cannot play its role as it was defined by the forefathers of Europe 50, 60 years ago. Unfortunately, even the European project is vanishing. And if Europe reverts to its past, it will be the biggest tragedy of all times. So it's a huge responsibility by the European leadership at national and at the European level to take initiatives and start thinking historically for their role.
Let me just put to you what President Pastrana said. The world is becoming more fragile, more fragmented, and more polarized. Do you agree?
I fully agree with that.
Do you all agree with that?
Well, you asked me if I agree. I agree with that because I say it in front of my eyes. And we have lived fantastic experience during the last years, and we have done nothing. We have faced this reality in a fatalist way. But if you do that, history will punish you.
Let me pick up what Nick Carter mentioned about Iran. Let's just talk about that. There are positives here. You've mentioned the PKK. We've seen what's happened in Syria as well. Are we facing the prospect, given what Nick has just said, of things moving really rather productively and positively? What's your view? Let's just go on Iran, please. Shari.
Thank you. Well, Iran is a very important regional power, and really it has a great influence in the region. But after the confrontation or what happened after October 7, I think its influence has gone back. I mean, through this proxies or entities that they were supporting. Now their focus is more to survive, to keep the regime moving, going.
And do you think that's the realization in Tehran as well?
I think up to now, our reading of their thinking, I think they want a deal, but a deal that they could sell it to their people, that they have won, even in terms of negotiation, not in terms of confrontation. And the Trump administration also, through the messages, through Witkoff, is sending them, really are positive. He is eager to do a deal, a better deal than the Obama deal, as one of the panelists mentioned. But it's precarious, really. As we know how politics work in this part of the world, you cannot predict also. Things can go out of hand.
But when the commander of the Al-Quds force says in Baghdad a few days ago, off the record, we convey our support for the Iran-US negotiations, not the EU, to reach a nuclear deal and lift sanctions on Iran. Should we see that as a really very positive direction of travel?
I think there is unanimity in Iran, despite the many centers of powers. But everybody recognizes that this is the key issue for them, to lift sanctions, to ease this pressure. And the people of Iran really have been suffering a great deal as a result of the continuation of the sanctions, of the restrictions. So I think the intention is there. They have an interest in reaching a deal. But from experience, really, this administration, as some of the panelists mentioned, is unpredictable what they can do. With this military buildup also in the region and with this negotiation, I think the military people can speak of that more. You've covered many wars and many conflicts in this.
Let me check with Ahmed. You have a common border with Iran as well. What's your view as to whether this is moving on a bilateral basis, not on a multilateral basis, in the right direction, and it will be verifiable?
I think. Is it working? Yeah. I think now we are in a turning point regarding Iran. In the past, I was mediator between P5+1 and Iran on nuclear issues, and between US and Iran.
Just pull your microphone down a little bit.
This one?
Yeah, on the left-hand side there.
Okay. Yeah. So in 2010, I was mediator between P5+1 and Iran, and US President Obama and Jim Jones and Secretary Clinton and Iran, we had a lengthy negotiation. At that time, I was trying to show to our Western friends that there is a balance between Iranian nuclear program and regional influence. The same balance is here today. But the problem is, what will be our references? If we say to Iran, stop your nuclear program, based on the UN conventions, IAEA, and many other regulations, we have to say the same thing to Israel. You have to stop your nuclear program as well as your other chemical weapons as well. We were working between, I was mediator between Syria and Israel, 2007 and 2008. The main issue was Golan Heights, but also these weapons and security, mutual security. So, as I said in the first session, either we will be secure together, or there will be no security in this region. If we say Iran, do this, do that, but if we do not say anything to Israel, as if Israel is a supra-state, there is no binding principle. Israel can force. If Saddam used chemical weapons in Halep, we all condemned, and many Kurdish brothers and sisters came to Turkey. But how come Israel is using all these massacres in Gaza and nobody is saying anything? Therefore, I agree with Prime Minister Dilemma and Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez should be congratulated, should be respected. He was the only voice from the West telling to Israel, stop genocide. So if you want to deal with Iran, you cannot just deal bilaterally. You have to see the regional influence. We were telling to Iranian side in those days that Iran should approach to Syria, Lebanon, Iraq as independent states, not states under influence. Same thing today. Sorry, something is wrong. Yes, okay, now it's better.
We've heard you.
Okay, today Iran is less influential, almost no influence in Syria, less influential in Lebanon. But what about Israel? Why Israel is trying to misuse this vacuum by an aggressive expansionist policies? Israel wants to Lebanize Syria. They want to have some sort of sphere of influence in Syria, in southern Syria, like what they had in Lebanon. So in the region, if we want to deal with Iran nuclear program, we have to have the same reference points, IAEA rules. If we want to have respect to territories, Iran must respect, but also Israel must respect. As Turkey, today I'm not in power. If I was in power, my first visit would be to Tehran to talk with them in a very friendly manner that we want Iran to be integrated to international system.
Nick.
But at the same time, just last point, at the same time, there should be a clear message by President Trump to Netanyahu that Netanyahu doesn't have the right to destabilize the region and violating all the basic human rights on the ground.
What's your view, Nick Carter, about where de-enrichment could end up? Verifiable in a way which would satisfy Israel and not lead to that very, very near, extraordinarily dangerous confrontation a few months ago with ballistic missiles, which could have got out of hand?
Yes, I mean, there's been a certain amount of talk about the possibility of some sort of international de-enrichment center. I mean, given that Saudi Arabia, it looks like it's going to have a civil nuclear program on the back of Donald Trump's visit last week. I mean, maybe there could be some construct that could be developed which would lead to proper supervision, maybe some form of international control of de-enrichment. I mean, I think there are possibilities, but these are quite complex technical details.
But enough to satisfy the Israelis, who are in a very hawkish mode at the moment.
Well, I think it would have to satisfy the Israelis. And I think that we've not yet, I suspect, seen President Trump exercise what authority he has over Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I would be surprised if at a certain point in the progress that's now being made that he doesn't do that. Because otherwise, to the point that's been made, if Israel are not part of this, we are not going to have the stability that we need in this region.
Do you think that's on American minds or not? Making Israel part
yes,
of
I do.
what
I would have thought so, yes, because I think going back to the point I made about Donald Trump's desire to see a relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel, you know, that's not going to happen whilst the dynamics in Gaza are as they are. One has got to see something evolve. And that means it's going to end up, whether we like it or not, with a more multilateral conversation. But I think with President Trump, he does tend to like doing things bilaterally. You know, he's not a multilateralist. I think he tends to be a multi-bilateralist. And we're going to get to a position, I'm sure, where he recognizes that in order to take this thing to the next step, there are other dynamics that are going to have to be resolved.
Massimo, Dimitris, do you have anything you want to add to where this could go or whether it could hit a wall? But I'm very struck by that Al-Quds commander quoted publicly as saying, we want a deal, essentially, to lift sanctions. Massimo.
Well.
Oh, Dimitris.
Well,
you asked me?
I don't mind.
The Prime Minister. You can reply.
First of all, I want to say that I share the opinion of other friends that Iran is really keen to have a deal. And Europe can play an important role in this sense. Iran pay high price to the the crisis of the last months, and the interest of Iranian leadership, political leadership, in this moment is to have a deal, to lift sanctions and to recover a good relation with the region. The Arab world can help. I have always thought that the dialogue between Saudis and Iranians is very important for peace in the region. And it's important to restart with this direct dialogue. But I totally share the opinion of Prime Minister Davutoglu that the key for security is how to contain the current strategy of Israeli leadership. Because it is clear that the project, the idea of the future of the current Israeli leadership is not to respect the resolution of the UN Security Council, not two-state solution, not the border of 67. They have another project, which is the Great Israel and the final solution for Palestinians. We are ready to accept, we, Europe, European Union, United States, we are ready to accept that. Or we have some ideas of containment of that strategy. That's the key for the stability in that region. And let me recall my experience in office. When there was the war in Lebanon, I was foreign minister. 2006, different situation, different government in Israel. We decided to take the initiative for peace. We, European Union. The European Union decided to give to Italy the leadership of the initiative. We convened a peace conference in Rome. My good friend Ehud Olmert said, no, we will not. We don't accept. We decided, we do the same. We do the conference, also without Israel. European Union, Arab League, United States of America, because the Americans were forced to take part in the conference. We decided a platform for peace. And then we worked together with pressure, with initiative, and at the end was a resolution of UN Security Council, which decided to stop the war and to deploy the UNIFIL 2. This is, I believe, in a different situation, this is a model of international initiative to impose an acceptable solution. Otherwise, what we have to do to the Iranians is difficult to say to the Iranians, you have to respect the no-proliferation agreement. It's difficult because the double standard is so evident that the credibility of the West, there is no.
Well, we'll come on to that in a moment because I've got a quote to put to you from President Trump last week. Dimitris, your view, particularly on Iran.
Let me start by telling you that sanctions were never effective in our modern history. Dialogue and diplomacy can play a role, but many mistakes have happened during the last 30 years. I remember I was Minister of Foreign Affairs when the decision was made in Brussels to encourage and empower the so-called Arab Spring. I want to be frank with you. It was a big mistake. And I understand that Tony Blair has already recognized because he was part of it at that time. Because this is what led to the destabilization of the region. So, coming to Middle East now, I believe that the dialogue, as Mr. D'Alema said, between the Iranians and the Saudis can produce fruitful results. It has to be encouraged also by the international public opinion. Regarding now the European Union, the days when Mr. D'Alema was Prime Minister of Italy were different, Mr. D'Alema. The European Union was speaking with one voice. Now there are 27 voices, especially in the field of international relations. So the European Union is weak. Who is powerful now? Mr. Trump. And I will tell you why. Because we don't know what will be the outcome of his policy, but the fact that he is not a politician and his policy is not dictated by the so-called deep system might lead to some results. But we have to wait and see. See what's happening in Ukraine and what will happen in the Middle East. So I don't say that I'm optimistic, but still curious to see what will be the outcome of that. Otherwise, we shall revert to the past.
Picking up what Massimo said, let me just quote to you what Trump said last week. He declared in a speech that the days of, quote, Western interventionalists flying in with lectures on how to live or how to govern your own affairs are over. Is that something which is growing and accepted now and seen as the reality within the international community or not?
Well,
we have 10 minutes left, so...
We have benefited, to be fair and to be honest, from international intervention in getting rid of Saddam Hussein's dictatorship. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been here or talking so freely to each other. So
but that was 20 years ago plus.
That's right. So definitely nobody, no country, no sovereign independent countries will invite foreign intervention or to dictate what they should do about their culture, their background, their religion. But at the same time, there is a great deal of realization, really, that the world is interconnected. I mean, these countries still need the American support or military support. They cannot...
But he says, I'm not going to do it.
I know, but he is there. At the same time, he went to Al Adid Air Base in Qatar, and Boeing, you see that he has power there. So it happened at the same visit.
The buying aircraft is rather different to what we're talking about.
No, I know. But their presence there is evidence, is visible. Of course, they have economic power. They have invested a great deal. But I think they and we still need that international support and connection. We're talking about Gaza, for instance, or the calamity of the Palestinians in Gaza. Without this international connection, they would be left alone. I mean, that's a fact. Without that, an American role, European role, and Israeli role, or to encourage them, really this will continue. So here, I think we have to differentiate between the two things.
Ahmed.
Yeah, I think it is not the matter of intervention, but how you intervene. What is your purpose of intervention? If Trump says, I will not intervene, then he should stop being a permanent member of UN Security Council. Because UN Security Council permanent membership does not bring you power, but responsibility as well. For example, who will tell to Netanyahu that UN Security Council Resolution 181242 should be implemented? UN permanent members should say first. So US is UN permanent member. So if it is important is how you intervene. Do you intervene in your own selfish strategic interest? Do you intervene for the sake of peace and stability? If Trump's famous slogan is first America, but in the Middle East he says first Israel, such type of intervention is destroying the image of US, destroying the stability in the region. First international norms, first UN Security Council resolutions. If you say this, intervention will be good. Regarding Syria, there are Syrian American military presence in Syria next to Turkish border. I think it was a very wise decision by Turkish government to lead to dissolution of PKK, because we don't want a security problem on our border. American lack of intervention in Syria will be good, but they should not be intervening on behalf of certain terrorist groups or on behalf of Israel. This is, at the end of the day, Nick, the question is, what is your reference of intervention? What is your motive of intervention? What is your objective of intervention? But unfortunately today, American intervention was not always what Brother Khoshar said against Saddam dictatorship. The same intervention in Gaza today says Gazan people should be away. There is a clear inconsistency. This is threatening international security and stability.
All right. Thank you. Nick, can I come to you as a former commander, military commander, both in the field, using kinetic systems, armor in other words. You were in the armored brigade in Basra, you were in Bosnia, you were in Kosovo, you were in Afghanistan as the ISAF commander. You've been involved in interventions using hard power. You also had to sanction, as Chief of Defence, interventions as well. Now you're out of office. What's your feeling about whether intervention works and how it could be done better?
I mean, it all stems from the political objectives that are set at the beginning. There's no coincidence that arguably since 1945, the West has really only won 2 wars. The first Iraq War, perhaps, and of course, 1982, the UK's involvement in the Falkland Islands. Every other war the West has lost. And the reason for that is that there was never aligned political and military objectives. And the plain fact is that if you intervene in a country like Afghanistan, the starting point is to understand the politics, and particularly the politics on the ground and the local politics, because these issues cannot be resolved without it being a public and political discourse. It has to be a conversation. And of course, we're seeing that play out, I'm afraid, in spades in Gaza, where the sense of a longer-term political horizon has not been part of the conversation at all. So as a military officer, it may sound strange to people in the room, but I don't believe that kinetics are the first answer. The first answer is to understand the politics. Then, having understood the politics, you work out how all the levers of national power should be applied to the problem, one of which might be kinetic, might be hard power, but there are lots of other levers in the locker which perhaps one needs to think about first before one thinks about killing people.
So in conclusion, does Trump have good reason to say, don't rely on us to come and help you fix it? You've got to fix it yourself.
Yes and no. I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you're not prepared to be strategically patient, to get involved in a region for a very long time, then you're probably not going to be very helpful. And as we've seen, I'm afraid, in the campaign since the 9/11 moment, there's not been a great deal of strategic patience, nor a great deal of effort to understand the nature of the problem.
Let me ask both Massimo and Dimitris in our final 4 minutes, do you have confidence in the political class to accept and understand the enormity of change that's underway, as President Pastrana has laid out, polarizing, fragmentizing as well, in other words, tearing apart much of what we take for granted as a source of stability? Dimitris.
The political class, not only in Europe but across the world, is in deep crisis because the public opinion has started putting in doubt its role, especially of what we are living today. They demand solutions, but is the political class very powerful today to make this kind of decisions? We have wise leaders, no doubt about it, all around the world, but
are they imaginative enough to understand?
Exactly. You need imagination and bold decisions without taking into consideration the political cost of their decisions. Because what a politician is thinking today and is doing today will have an impact on their societies in the long run. If they are waiting to be applauded today, they lose everything. They are prisoners of the moment, and their countries and the nations lose the century.
Massimo, there must be moments when you're very relieved you're not in office anymore. But nevertheless, what's your view of the political class and how the political class, not just in Italy, but across Europe and elsewhere? And when you pick up President Pastrana's warning about the polarizing, particularly, and the extremism which is emerging among autocrats, particularly, is that something that many political leaders are having trouble coming to terms with?
Well, I think that we are living in a multipolar world. There is no order. There is no hegemony. There is no one power able to, because we had that illusion after the end of bipolar order that it was possible to have a new order around a liberal Democrat model around the United States. It was the Clinton era. I was in government, and I share that illusion. But it was an illusion. And we have to deal with new, old power. The only way, I believe, is dialogue, is a common effort to strengthen international institutions. One of my main concern is that the current Middle East crisis, Ukrainian war, risk to undermine any credibility of a UN system, which is, I think, a big problem.
Let me ask the last two interventionists. Ahmed, what do you believe about the ability of the political class now to understand and appreciate? 1 minute, please.
Yeah, unfortunately today we are a part of it, but the ability and capacity as well as intellectual background and understanding the international affairs, we have a serious problem in political class everywhere in the world. I can compare 20 years ago or 30 years ago's political leaders in Europe, in US and everywhere. First, there should be a new political leadership based on the basic universal values they should respect. Then we can discuss and solve issues.
But do you think it's attractive to be a politician these days?
That's a good question to me as an academician. I would prefer to be in academic life, but I see this as Minister of Foreign Affairs and as Prime Minister. I try to serve to my nation, to regional stability, as well as to all humanity. One thing is important about intervention as well. I think it doesn't only on the shoulder of Trump or other Western leaders. It is on the shoulder of regional leaders. Brother Hoshar remembers very well, we tried very hard in the past for regional ownership. For example, when before Iraqi invasion, there was a Iraqi Neighbors Summit, which we organized. There is a need of high-level coordination and consultation among the leaders, and there is a need of a new vision. Therefore, I said the new two concepts of vision today is inclusivity in national level, regional level, global level. Nobody should be excluded.
Ahmed, thank you. I'm under time pressure.
Yes.
Hoshar, last word. We're in your nation. We're in your country. We've had some positives, some realistic positives as well. Maybe not optimistic. PKK, Syria, maybe Iran as well. So things are moving in the right direction, even if there are grim incidents emerging and directions of travel. Where do you think we will be? Let me ask you to think the unthinkable. Where will we be in 12 months from now, do you think? You have 1 minute.
Okay. Well, what you mentioned is very positive. Actually, the political peace process in Turkey, the PKK, disbanding, disarming, northeast Syria, the SDF is a force on the ground. You see, here in Kurdistan, we are trying to form to get our house in order. I think all these are positive development for the Kurdish people in this region. We are part of this. We cannot disengage from our environment. But in 2 months' time, it's very difficult. This region really is unpredictable as President Trump's decision.
So we have clarity. We end this with clarity, which I put to Ahmed nearly an hour ago. We have the clarity of unpredictability. Yes. Thank you all very much indeed. And I hope we've at least given you some positives to take away, even if there are rather a lot of negatives as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will take 15 minutes break, but please come back exactly after 15 minutes so we can continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The next panel will start immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The next panel will immediately start. Please be seated. Please be seated so we can immediately start with the next session. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to start with the next session. Please be seated. Please be seated. The next panel will immediately start. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will immediately start with the next panel. So thank you for sitting so we can proceed immediately. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we must start this session. We kindly ask you to be seated or leave the room because we have to immediately start. Please. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Our distinguished guests, please go back to your designated seats so we can restart the panel. Our next panel is titled as Strategic Pivot, Iraq, the Kurdistan Region, and the Geopolitical Landscape. It's about an analysis of Iraq's and Kurdistan region's role in regional power dynamics, addressing political and economic partnership. The panel will be addressed by Nicoleta Criticu, Chief Foreign Affairs Editor.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. I'm Nicoleta Criticu, Chief Foreign Affairs Editor and a journalist for Kathimerini. And I'm really honored to be amongst you to discuss this very important issue regarding Iraq and Kurdistan region's strategic cooperation in the future. With me, I have the honor to have some honorable guests with their valuable experience are going to shed light to the issues we are going to address today. So let me start with the lady. It's Mariana Harundaki, Senior Lecturer in International Politics at the University of Lincoln. Volker Perthes, Senior Distinguished Fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. And last but not least, of course, we have the honor to have with us Mr. Radu Bolum, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to Iraq.
Head of the Erbil office.
Okay, okay. Thanks for correcting me. Before we address the topic you see on the screen, I cannot resist the temptation as a journalist to start from the latest developments and ask our guests regarding the latest news we have regarding the disarmament of PKK that will stop a bloodshed of 40 years, and how this will affect the relations between Iraq, the Kurdistan region, Syria, and of course, Turkey. And please, let me start with Radu. Radu, your take.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicoleta. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Nicoleta. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, Mr. Qubad Talabani, allow me maybe to start by thanking for the invitation and to transmit a very quick message of thanks also and a message of salute on behalf of the Ambassador Zayler, who is not in Iraq currently, and of our Director for the MENA region in the European External Action Service, Madame Hélène Le Gall. And now I will turn to your question about the impact of the announcements, the recent announcements
it's
regarding
big news
PKK.
for the region.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I believe that this is part of a sequence of exceptional and extraordinary events that have been witnessed in the region in the last month. This is one of them, of course. The events in Syria themselves are part of this, the toppling of the Assad regime. The news about the PKK, I would say with a certain confidence, but of course open to a different opinion, are overly positive. I think that they create a positive political dynamic and a positive political agenda among neighboring countries, among Iraq, Turkey, Syria, and so on and so forth, and even within Iraq itself. Within Iraq, I would argue that it helps to decomplexify, I don't know if the word exists, but to make easier the security situation in Iraq, especially in some of the areas in the east, in the north, and in the east. So I would say that the effect is definitely a positive one. I would also argue that regardless of the likelihood of this process happening faster or slower, the sheer fact that we're discussing about that creates a positive dynamic for even merely its symbolic meaning.
Terms, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I would argue.
Mariana, your take? Is it going to cultivate more security?
Thank you. Very briefly, I would like to thank the host for the invitation. I would like to greet everyone, Rojbash, Kalispera, and also to say very briefly that I think that initiatives like this one, and maybe it's unique in this sort of land that we're talking about now, maybe signal the starting of the relations between Kurdistan and Greece. However, I think it's fruitful when we would be talking even more about a move from sort of contacts to institutionalized relationships, where I think it is sort of like the case. Now, very briefly, I think it is one question, but with 100 million points. Very quickly, I think that the phenomenon as such, it looks sudden, but it's not new. Part of the PKK's program and in specific its third goal, it has been the politicization of the cause. When we are talking about cause, obviously we are talking about the Kurdish issue in international relations, or what links the Kurds to the international relations is their issue, which has specific characteristics in the different contexts they have been really formed, but definitely it's paving the way, I think, for the resolution of these issues in the Middle East before we discuss about coexistence, about inclusiveness, and here in Iraq we are talking about alternatives, modes of governance, and sort of like coming together. We'll come back to that. The first one who reflected on the importance of, for instance, the confederation was Abdullah Öcalan in the 1990s, and he was talking about the democratization and the possibility of democratization in the Middle East through the resolution of the Kurdish issue as the second most important after the Palestinian in the Middle East. Now, practically, I think it's well known to everyone, including our honored guests here, that it is an issue that is going on in terms of practical evolution since 1998 with the government of Massimo D'Alema. So now I think it's an escalation, is a peak that gradually it evolves. So in that sense, it's not that sudden. It was expected, and it was expected maybe to take place far earlier, maybe 10, 15 years earlier, but obviously because of new developments that were coming on the way, this was hindered. But when it comes to sort of its impact, I think it's far more important about the Kurds themselves, about the Kurdistan region, simply because it's strengthening the institutionalization of this non-state now entity. And with regards to Iraq, I think, or like the region, I think the sort of this blur between the terror problem, versus PKK and the Kurdish issue, it's going to be, I think, clarified so that we can talk about the real political matters that they are involved. So I think it's only sort of positive if we want to talk about the stability, the aspired stability in the region. Thank you.
Volker?
Yeah, well, I don't want to repeat what the two colleagues said, and I do not at all disagree with them. I think just to add a little bit of caution in here, The decision to dissolve the PKK is certainly positive for Turkey, for Kurdistan, for the entire region. I do think it can have a positive impact on the internal stability in Syria, particularly in the north, in Iraqi Kurdistan. But of course, there has to be a follow-up in Turkey itself. We have to see whether it's not only a dissolution of a militant group, but also leads to a change of politics in Turkey. What I think would lead to a backlash is if you have the next elections in Turkey, you have again Kurdish deputies elected into the Turkish parliament, and the next day or the next week or the next year they are arrested and brought to court, and Turkish mayors are being arrested and all that. So if it leads to a genuine change of politics in Turkey, then it will certainly have a positive impact on the region here. There is one, I think, important element here, particularly for Kurdistan and for Iraq, which is the situation in Sinjar, where the PKK has been very active. And I think it was a more positive contribution in the beginning when they fought ISIS than when they stayed after ISIS was defeated. And again, I am generally very optimistic with regard to Iraq and Iraqi Kurdistan, but the situation in Sinjar doesn't seem to be stable yet.
Mm-hmm. Allow me one more question regarding the global aspects and how they reshape the geopolitical situation nowadays. Over the last months, we have the so-called typhoon Trump shaping global politics. Last week, he paid a visit to the Emirates. Mm-hmm. Does his presidency, and Radu, let me start with you, entail stability, or it creates a more unexpected and volatile geopolitical framework?
Mm. Well, speaking on behalf of the European Union, it's difficult to assess the activity, the diplomatic activity of such important global leaders, but definitely dialogue and presence and this sort of dynamic move that it's starting to show, it's a proof of dialogue, so it's obviously positive. But maybe this gives me an opportunity to refer to a comment that was made in the panel previous to this one, in the previous panel, where a few of the panelists asserted or claimed that the European Union would be weak. And I would say the reason for which that was mentioned was that the European Union, at least in the foreign affairs and in international action, needs to speak with 27 voices. Now, the European Union doesn't speak with 27 voices. It only speaks with one voice, and that is precisely the reason why the European Union is not weak. That is actually where our strength lies. And why is that? Because in order to get to that single voice, we need to speak ad nauseam with everyone and understand all the details of a situation and look at it from all the perspectives. So what we actually generate, and this may be cumbersome, and this may take a lot of time, and we may not be the fastest to take decisions, but the effect is that we need to listen. That's what we do. We listen first before we can actually open the voice. And I will give you a very practical example. Immediately after that, I went to one of my European Union colleagues that is sitting there in the front row, and I told him, what do you think about that? So I actually did precisely that. I went and spoke to my colleagues. And we came together to the conclusion that the benefit of being so slow is that by the time you open your mouth and speak, you speak and represent the interests of all. Mm-hmm. All 27, and not only all 27, because the 27 each in part will be having in mind the interests of all the others in this room. So when the European Union speaks, it speaks for everyone. And maybe that's a big statement, but that's maybe just to say that this appearance of weakness is actually where our strength lays, and it should not be taken for the face value. Yeah, so I don't know if that answers the full question.
In a way it does.
But I can speak about ourselves, you know, I cannot speak about others.
Okay,
yeah.
Mariana?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I actually would like to link to the question to what we have said so far and sort of like follow up from my previous response. I mean, talking about Trump per se, at the time being, I think it's kind of sort of risky, and this is because obviously there has to be time. We have to allow time in order to be able to assess. For example, I think in the previous tenure of office, he started again his Middle Eastern trip with a visit to Saudi Arabia, dancing with the knives and everything. But then again, there was very soon a shift in the practices, and it was, I think, also a sort of like complaint from the Saudi side, and then they tried straight away, I think, to sort of like strengthen and change the relations and strengthen the climate. Now, I think, having said that, I will try and sort of respond vis-a-vis the US administration sort of overall in the past years. I think the phenomenon of the Arab uprisings from 2010-11 onwards has taught the region that the US, yes, maybe it's ready to sort of like cooperate or participate, but not necessarily solve domestic issues. And I think it goes back to what Volker said, and you know, to your question about, okay, PKK, good or bad, what's the impact? And when we're talking about this very sort of like event, we're talking about basically the process, this is part of the process of constitutional guarantees when it comes to the Kurds in Turkey. This is by extension linked to Turkey's also Europeanization sort of processes, if we talk about an interactive process. So if the state with the Kurds together, they're not able to reach certain sort of outcomes, I don't think that apart from general pressures, any US administration can do something on its own right, especially sort of at the time being. And then I think it's again about the same when we are talking about Iraq or the disputed territories, which is an important theme within the evolution, let's say, of Iraqi politics. If these are not going to be addressed decisions internally, you know, I think, yes, the role of the leadership is very important, but then I'm sure that the sort of international powers have also their own sort of domestic issues to sort out. So I would say basically that thinking internally is maybe the key of the sort of local governments, in addition to any sort of external or regional alliance that they can achieve. And this is, I think, the prerequisite today.
Volker, your take, is the geopolitical architecture built after World War II under threat?
Of course it is, not from the Middle East, but it is under threat. And since we are linking that to Trump and the Middle East, I think there's one thing which we are learning about Trump and his second presidency, that foreign policies or what he does in the Middle East, it's not about the Middle East. It is about the US and what he defines as US interests, and to a great deal that's even his personal interests. So going to the Middle East with Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Qatar as a first trip, foreign trip, aside from laying rest to the deceased Pope, it was not a trip to bring peace to the Middle East. It was a trip to bring business to the United States. And when he set the goalpost for that trip, it was that he wants $1 trillion of investment. And, contracts about that amount have been announced. Whether they are realized, whether they materialize or not, we will see. Despite that, I think there is one positive element which Europeans, Middle Easterners, and others will be able to deal with and will probably try to encourage President Trump to continue on, and that is his diplomacy on Iran, which we didn't expect the way it started. It seems that because he doesn't want to get involved militarily in the Middle East, as so many of his predecessors did, he has decided that it's better to make a deal, as he would say, with Tehran. And whether that deal looks very similar to the deal which Obama and the Europeans concluded with the Iranians in 2015 or not, he is probably not interested in. He will say it is much better, even though it may be more or less the same or even a lesser deal. We should support him in that, not sort of regret that the Europeans are not at the table, or not regret that it comes on the heels of the GCPOA, which he cancelled and no one else did. It would probably be the best thing that could happen to this part of the Middle East at this stage, because if the US and Iran are able to stabilize their relations and have some form of agreement, and there is no more threat or risk that Iran actually would break out as a military nuclear power, I think that would have an enormously positive impact on Iraq. We already see that with Iran being regionally weakened, there is a discussion here in Iraq about all the armed groups and militias that are linked to Iran. Should they give up their weapons? Should they make peace with the region? Should they integrate into the Iraqi armed forces? Now, if Iran and the US were at peace, I think this positive dynamic would take more speed. So we should encourage President Trump, whatever we think about his business diplomacy, whatever we think about his non-action on Gaza or his encouragement of Israel to do what they want to do in Gaza, for this part of the region, diplomacy between the US and Iran is particularly important.
Let's come back to the region. Iraq and the Kurdistan region are positioning themselves within an evolving regional landscape. What political roles are they playing, and how do regional powers perceive them? And let me pass the floor to you, Red.
Yeah, thank you, Nicoletta. Sorry, I didn't hear the second part. So
the second part is what political roles are they playing, Iraq and the Kurdistan region, and how do regional powers perceive them? Yeah.
In the region, yes, absolutely. Well, I think that we could start from the acknowledgement again that the region is passing through a rather extraordinary period. That is something that we are all aware. Of course, after 7th of October, things have changed quite dramatically, and for the worse. Obviously, the toppling of the Assad regime was, well, for many, an unexpected event, and the Öcalan call for the disbanding and disarming of PKK is also another quite spectacular event, I would dare say. And these and many others and a number of other variables that could still change are the ones that create a quite extraordinary setup. Now, in this setup, I would argue that Iraq, of course, has a number of actions and reactions to which it needs to simply react, but at the same time, I think it needs to be acknowledged. So its agenda, it's in a way triggered by all that. But I would argue that Baghdad also has a positive agenda, and that's one that has to be acknowledged, and the positive one, definitely. For instance, the mediation platform that they provide, and they have shown that very well in the Baghdad process, is one example. Also, the trilateral format, so the regional formats that it encourages, with Jordan and Egypt, one of them is another thing where they are actually proactively taking the lead and asserting their regional capacity. At the same time, it reminds me of, the situation reminds me of a metaphor that Ambassador Zeiler always mentions, that of a whirlwind. If you look at Kurdistan, or Iraq more broadly, but Kurdistan, I would argue, certainly, it's seems like we're in the eye of a whirlwind. You know, everything is turning around. There's this thing going on, as you mentioned it even earlier. Yeah, it's like a tsunami. Or and what do you do when everything, when this happens? You just stand still and try to move and adapt a little bit to the movement. And I think that this is exactly what's happening here. And that's the case for both Baghdad, I would argue, and KRI and KRG. And that is a good thing. Why? And there are a number of variables, I think, or a number of things where we can assess that. Of course, on Gaza and what happened in Gaza, that was certainly an aggravating factor for Baghdad and for Iraq. And it has to be acknowledged that the fact that the government managed to not to get the country entangled in this, this inflaming conflict is certainly something that needs to be recognized. And there were big provocations that happened. There were attacks directly here on bases, on the basis of our allies, and still things were managed to be kept at bay. On Syria, of course, probably the top security concern is the security situation. Iraq has to defend the border of 600, or secure a border of 600 kilometers, and that is probably, and of course it needs to keep at bay the tendencies of the resurgence of Daesh, which is a reality. Al-Hol, Al-Roj camps are topics probably on everyone's minds, and in that context, the engagement, despite the natural reticence for Baghdad to engage with the new administration in Syria, shows a sign of maturity and of acknowledging the importance of the topic. And there were the bilateral visits and so on and so forth. Finally, on Iran, I would even mention that on Iran, of course, the maximum pressure, and this was already mentioned, the maximum pressure policy of the US is one that would definitely benefit, I mean, a solution to that would definitely be one, and I'm not going to be repeating that, but that's part of this bigger scheme, I think, benefiting. And then there's also opportunities with Turkey. There are a number of opportunities with Saudi Arabia. We can talk about opportunities in a different one, but my assessment is that Iraq plays an active role. It reacts as good as it can to what is happening, and at the same time is trying to establish a positive agenda.
All right, Mariana?
So I don't think the problem of Iraq is how it's been seen, and maybe I would reverse a little bit the question, because I think based on the sort of current developments, it's not so much as to what Iraq, which is the role that Iraq can play in the region, because before that, I think we need to focus on how Iraq needs to strengthen its identity in order to be a stable point of reference, in order to be able and play a role in the region, given the current sort of instability. Now, and then we go back sort of to the focus of the domestic affairs. Definitely when we are talking about Iraq, it's not a matter of centers of power. It's not a matter of Erbil or Baghdad. Basra, they have sort of like, they have sort of power in its own right. Different regions in the south, Sulaymaniyah, Dohok, and so forth. So we are talking about a disperse of the space. It's not a matter of space, I think. And this is, I think, if we would like, I think, to summarize the problems, the differences, it lies, I think, up to sort of one point, and this goes back before even the 1920s and the creation of Iraq by the British. So the point is how, right now, the three components within Iraq, namely Kurds, Sunni Arabs, and Arabs Shia, and this does not mean that the rest, obviously, of the communities do not need to have their quota and they don't play a role as happened in the past elections, but these are the dominant sort of political actors. How this interrelationship maybe, okay, along the lines of strengthening relations between Arab Shia and the Kurds, how this three-party relationship is going to find a solution. This is all the problems that right now they are depicted in the constitution. So I think right now the question is how this interrelationship is able to accommodate itself. And of course, I think there is only one way out into that, and this is maybe an alternative mode of governance. When we are talking about the same thing, we are seeing it happening in Syria, we are seeing it happening now in Turkey. If the lay down of the weapons of the PKK also means constitutional guarantees. So it's not sort of only privilege sort of Iraq. And I think this very sort of problem, this three-part interrelationship that needs to be addressed, it answers also to how Iran can react, how all these domestic issues, the militias and the pending issues can be solved. So if this is not going to be addressed, I think it will be hardly ever the case that, you know, we are able to reach sort of an outcome. And because we talked a lot about Iran, I just want very briefly to maybe state the fact that maybe a successful Iran, maybe following this alternative mode of governance that it could be in the form of confederation, could maybe rethink of how it can pass from an illegitimate status to a state of legitimacy, given the fact that even if you are powerful but outside the box, you are not considered by anyone. I guess that the US administration probably is not just about the nuclear issue, it's also the fact that we are talking about a clerical regime being sort of in power, and I'm not sure the extent to which this can be acceptable. But feeling a little bit sort of the discussion about Iran sort of in Saudi Arabia, I don't think that Iran's appeasement was an outcome of any sort of particular initiative taken by anyone other than, I think, Saudi Arabia in itself. Saudi Arabia, when they had reached, I think, with Iran, the sort of the escalation of their crisis back in 2017, they realized maybe that they wouldn't like to fight a war on their own. Someone else is better, of course, obviously, to fight a war on behalf of you. And that's why they started through the different centers and, you know, the policy-making, influential other actors that, you know, they form policy in there, to engage deeply in a mode of cooperation with Iran. They did that through, you know, like articles, writing a lot, engaging in constant conferences and symposia. So I think Saudi Arabia in itself, and I think it should be given to them, it was of those that they tried to bring Iran closer and appease them. What does this mean for the Saudi foreign policy or for the rest is a different story that we can discuss. Thank you.
Volker, let me come back to you and touch upon another issue that has an important internal dimension, and that is the relationship between Baghdad and Erbil. Can this balance that has been found been adopted in other countries like Turkey, like Iran or Syria?
Well, I think it's an important question, and we have to see that everything is relative in politics and in geopolitics. Now, Iraq is not exactly Finland, right, or Greece for that matter. But if you compare Iraq today to what it was over most of the last 20 years, you see important strides forward, both with regard to the consolidation of domestic politics, relations to its neighbors, and of course the internal relations you asked about, the balance or the relation between Baghdad and Erbil. And it has all improved. I mean, in these 20 years since the fall of Saddam Hussein, and that was bad enough, and what was before that was bad enough, it was decades of war. We have had civil wars, we have had ISIS, we have had enormous disruptions. Today, we have hard politics, but we are in front of, I think, the 6th row of legislative elections, And in most of these legislative elections, you have had a change of government, which is a very civilized way of handling your politics, and you don't see it in many of the neighboring countries, right? So I think we have to take that into account if we judge even about the weaknesses of the experience. Look at Iraq under a very sober prime minister, and I think he is really doing a good job, even though I had a few arguments with him, but I think he is doing a good job. He's trying to put Iraq on the map, not only politically with something like the Arab Summit the other day, but also the development road linking the Gulf to Turkey to Europe. That wasn't possible over most of the last 20 years. Saudi Arabia didn't even have an ambassador here. They have it now. There's a lot of cooperation now, so that's positive. As to Baghdad, Erbil, or Iraq and the federal region of Kurdistan, I think there is, and I'm saying that looking at the Deputy Prime Minister, there is a certain special dialectic here, and allow me to be a little bit critical here also. Kurdistan, Iraq, was always seen as a better Iraq by us outsiders. It was more stable, it was more safe. If I would have to tell German business people where would they want to go in Iraq, I would say go to Kurdistan, of course, because that's the only safe place, the only place with a modicum of rule of law, not perfect, but more than in other places. So because Iraq was so weak, Kurdistan was by default the better place. Now, what does that mean for the relation? If Iraq becomes stronger, more stable, the relative advantage of Kurdistan decreases. So I think the better situation becomes in Baghdad, the more the Kurdish government has to do its job even better than it does. Building trust between the different Kurdish parties, between the government and the population, and also between Kurdistan and the region. Let me close with that. I mean, we have this one, I think, important project of the Sudani government, which is a development road between the Gulf through Iraq and Turkey. Now, where is Kurdistan here? I think it is not what was on the mind of the government in Baghdad when they designed it. So I think only by further building up Kurdistan here, Kurdistan can get a place in the regional links. Kurdistan is either landlocked and isolated, or it is a link to the rest of the world. And I know that Deputy Prime Minister Talabani and your government, you're trying to do a lot. But I see the challenge of you having to do even more when Baghdad gets more stable and more secure and better.
Let me ask you another question. How possible do you see, Volker, the formation of an independent Kurdish state in the foreseeable future? Or this is just wishful thinking?
I think it is wishful thinking. And I do think, I would wish the Middle East has a future like we have in the European Union, where the question of independence is not important because everybody is connected with everybody else and you have open borders and you can cooperate. Think of countries like Belgium in Europe, where you had, of course, autonomous tendencies. You don't have them anymore since, or at least not at that level, since the European Union really is working as one market, more and more as one society. So if we can have that here, that the Kurds, whether they live in Iran or in Iraq or in Turkey, can freely interact, that Kurdistan is actually linking the whole region together, then maybe the question of political independence becomes less relevant, and you can deal with autonomy and federal states. Officially, this is a federal state, Iraq, but federalism doesn't work perfectly. So rather improve on the federalism. Probably the same could happen in Iran, and Turkey is still far away from the idea of federalism, of accepting it.
Mariana, you want to add something? Yeah.
For the Erbil Baghdad, I didn't reflect on that very quickly, and then I will respond to the independence point. So, the KRG is a foreign policy actor. The notion of the foreign policy itself, for us, the academics has been expanded based on the practice, on the experience, through sort of like findings, through examples. I'm not going to go back to that. It's not, as I said before, a matter when we talk about Iraq of this dipole. What Erbil and Baghdad is going to do is about, as I said before, I'm sorry if I have to repeat myself, of these three components that the constitution itself has identified and how these can be interrelated. The fragmentation among the Shia is also like a case, and I guess the next elections in Iraq will be very challenging. For those that they have a particular sort of status quo. So that's why I said through the eyes of maybe the researcher that maybe a way forward, if we want to go forward, would be a sort of like updated mode of governance. Now, about the issue of the independence. First of all, I think that no one has the right to say to any sort of nation that has all the characteristics to become a state that no, you are not allowed to become a state given the fact that we have Kurdish audience. It's a matter of ethos. But on a more realistic sort of like scale, I think that yes, an independent Kurdistan, an independent Kurdish state, it is possible, but the point is how. So right now, we are talking about the situation in Syria. We're talking about the situation in Turkey. We're also talking about Iran. We're talking about here, given the fact that already, I mean, the Kurdistan region is autonomous. And the fact that the constitution in itself in Iraq was aspiring for more sort of like independent regions. I think the demonstrations a few years ago in Basra demanding that, you know, it's a case in point. So I think if confederations were able to happen in each of these states that we discuss about, and given the fact that the evolution of the notion of the state itself has changed, we started from the city-states, and today we are talking about federations. Confederation, it means that the notion of the state and how we experience, we sort of practice state is changing, is not the Westphalian European nation-state system, given the fact that even in the Middle East, I mean, this was an illusion when it comes to multi-ethnic societies. But I think that would be, I'm finishing, would be the case if, for example, you had independent, within Syria, within Iraq, within Turkey, independent Kurdish regions, and then maybe there would be a visual committee where representatives of those leaders would be represented, and you can call this Kurdish state. What's the problem with that?
Before we close, I'd like to invite each of you to share a final thought. If there is one priority Iraq and Kurdistan region should pursue in the coming years to enhance their regional role, what would that be? And let me start with you, Radu.
Thank you. For a final word, maybe I can use a word that I think it was Mr. Hoshyar Zabari that said it right at the beginning, that in this region everything is interconnected. And when Kurds say that, they probably know something. My feeling is that the Kurdish issue, to call it very broadly, is a red thread in the region. And I go back to Mariana's argument. Indeed, in order to have sustainable solutions in Turkey, you need to have a sustainable solution for the Kurdish issue there. Syria cannot find a sustainable future without having things clarified on that topic there. And in Iraq, of course, that's even more the case. And it's very obvious that despite very good efforts, current efforts of normalizing the relations, still can be done. A lot can be done again. So we look with a lot of interest to the region. We are here as a stable partner, and we're looking forward to a future to which the opportunities are the ones that are actually grasped. And there are not a few, there are quite a few of those opportunities, and hopefully the risks can be averted. And we're open for dialogue.
Great, Mariana.
question. Maybe it's because my hair big.
Yeah, I also, just to mention that although I'm very close to you, the sound somehow goes that I'm missing words.
Bits and pieces. Okay, don't worry, I will repeat it. If you wanted to share your final thought, is there a priority that Iraq and Kurdistan region should pursue in the coming years to enhance their regional role? Did you hear me now?
Yeah, the priority is coming together, maybe as I said, through an alternative mode of governance. And this should be the case with the rest of the players in the heart of the Middle East. And this is how, more or less, regional politics will be shaped. Thank you.
Volker?
Well, I think the common priority is in 3 words. It is inclusion, institutions, and the monopoly over the means of force. Inclusion, we still have in Iraq a lot of people and communities who don't feel that they are really part of the whole state society. Institutions, we still have a lack of rule of law in parts of the country, and institutions, building the institutions, completing institution building is enormously important if Iraq wants to play its role also as an economic integrator. And the monopoly over the arms, over the means of force is enormously important for the stability of the country. As we said, a rapprochement between Iran and US could help to do that, but we are not yet there. Thank you.
I'm sure we could talk for hours for all these very important issues. Let me thank you all for your valuable contribution and insight, and thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, everyone. The title for our next panel is Kurdistan's Economic Potential, Insights from International Partners. This panel will be a special session devoted to heads of foreign mission in the Kurdistan region so they can share insights on their country's contribution to Kurdistan region's economic development. The panel will also explore successful experiences, lessons learned, and opportunities for deeper international collaboration to help unlock Kurdistan's economic potential. This panel will be chaired and moderated by Mr. Peshawar Mohammed, who is Head of Diplomatic Relations in the Deputy Prime Minister Office.
kami azik ma... Oh, ito. Okay. I just asked them to reset the timer. We lost 3 minutes already. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today in this panel. My name is Peshawar Mohammed. I'm Head of Diplomatic Relations at the Office of His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Qubad Talabani. It's indeed a privilege to hear insights from 6 key partner nations whose missions have done a lot, have played an important role in supporting the development of the Kurdistan region. Let me thank you on behalf of His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and the Kurdistan Regional Government for all you've done to help us. As the title of the panel says, we're focusing on the economic potential of the Kurdistan region. So I hope in the coming years, we'll not talk about what you've done for us. We'll focus more on what we can offer to the world as a prosperous, rich region. But given that we really value our relationship with you, we hope we can continue our good relations. We still need to learn from your successful experiences. Not only you present today with us, but also other distinguished representatives of the foreign missions here in the Kurdistan region. We're really grateful. To make sure that we've got enough time for our distinguished speakers, I'll not ask questions today, and it's a big deal because usually I talk too much. And also I'll not take any questions from the audience. So instead I'll give 10 minutes to each speaker to talk freely within the framework of the panel title and the theme of the forum. And I think I'll go as per the order on the agenda. And first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Liu Jin, Consul General of the People's Republic of China in Erbil. Please, sir. Got a timer there, and I'll set my timer as well. You've got 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my great pleasure and honor to join this prestigious Delphi Forum in Slemani. I believe the subject of today's topic is very good. It's a try to unlock the economic potential of the Kurdistan region. It can be better. So I've been here for almost 2 years. So my impression of my experience here, I believe that despite a lot of the obstacles, difficulties, headwinds, this region is very dynamic in terms of the economic growth. So somebody are talking about in the future, maybe in 10 years' time, the Erbil could become another Dubai. Then I would say Slemani will become another Doha. Do you agree? Well, I believe there's a great potential still untapped. Talking about China's relation with this region, I would say, to put a long story short, let me give you a very brief introduction. This friendly relation could be dated back many years ago. We established diplomatic presence about 10 years ago in the 2014. So in the past decade, I believe this cooperative relation has expanded very rapidly on a fast trajectory. And also it covers a lot of the areas. Let me give you a few highlights. So as some panelists mentioned before here, that Kurdistan region is a very unique place in all of the country. So we can do something, you know. But for the rest of the country, maybe you cannot do. For example, we helped the university to establish a very first Chinese language department back in 6 years ago in Erbil, in Salahuddin University. That's the very first Chinese department in all over the country. And also, we have very first China Study Center about 2 years ago in the University of Sulaymaniyah. And also, here in this region, that Chinese companies are pretty active. They are participating in a lot of the industries. And also, let me share good news with you that there is a Chinese Chamber of Commerce here in Kurdistan region with its members, about 20 companies. So Chinese Chamber of Commerce working together with the consulate, we are the first to respond to the KRG's government call to try to improve the greenage industry in the Erbil. So right now, we are in the process of building a Chinese Friendship Park. It's a public park in the city of the Erbil. So hopefully, in about 2 months, this public park will be finished. It's a typical Chinese park. And talking about the economic cooperation between the China and Kurdistan region, I believe in nature, our two economies are pretty complementary. So we are participating in many areas like energy, construction, the power infrastructure. So you can see a lot of the Chinese products, the made in China automobiles, made in China smartphones, the air conditioners among the top imports from China. So they are good quality with a reasonable price. That brings tremendous benefit for the well-being of the people here. So Kurdistan region rich in natural resources and also famous for cultural heritage. We have a very high-quality labor force. So we believe that investing in the people are most rewarding. So let me give you an example. In recent years, we were working very hard on the capacity building, the training programs. So for the last year alone, we are working very hard to try to send almost 600 people from all walks of life in this region to go to China for a 2-week-long training program, including about 20 people from this region who received the government scholarship. And so we believe this investment is investment in the people, investment for the future. And certainly, because last year we were done so well that this year we particularly rewarded with the 2 bilateral classes, which is only usually go to the country. So this year we have 2 exclusive training programs for the Kurdistan region. One is on diplomacy, another one is on water resources management. So that's our foreign aid program. We believe that it's rather to teach you how to fish rather than give you the fish. So it's a mutual beneficial approach. We try to maximize this foreign aid. Why we put priority on this training program? Because we believe that we have the Belt and Road Initiative. The Kurdistan region is a very important strategic partner along the Belt and Road Initiative cooperation. So we hope that by improving the capacity building, this program, we can work together, try to achieve the more remarkable result. Also, on the climate change, I believe this country suffered a lot. So in China, we are global leader in terms of the solar power generation technology. So we can help a lot. And there are already some Chinese companies who, working together with the local partner, try to build the solar power plant here. And also for the diversification of the industries, we are collaborating with the local companies, try to diversify your economic structure. For example, here in Sulaymaniyah, there's one Chinese company who working on the cement industry. And this company alone helped to build 5 production lines of the cement plant. So one production line has the capacity of the daily output of the 6,000 tons. So that roughly, that's for the whole year, its output is the 2 million tons of the cement. So it's a very high proficiency, very high efficiency, and good tech. So this company is going to build another 5. That means by one Chinese company alone, it got the capacity of the almost, in a 5-year time, almost half of the total output of the cement industry. So that's a miracle. That shows that China can help, to help this region to achieve the diversification of the industry, especially on the manufacturing area.
We've got 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. So another good news I want to share is that for the past decades, we have issued the visa to our Kurdish friends, but mostly are business visa. Starting from this year, that probably we are going to issue the tourist visa. Mm-hmm. Of course, in the first stage, we are going to issue the group tourist visa. So that means that in the future, in the near future, you can come to the consulate, apply for the tourist visa. So I hope that, I believe that by offering this new service, we will see more robust people-to-people exchanges. So that will help to promote the mutual understanding between us. And eventually, we believe that, this win-win and mutual beneficial cooperation will benefit both of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Right on time. Let me thank you again for all you've done for the Kurdistan region. I was one of those who went to China to attend capacity building course. I really appreciate it, and I know how useful they can be. So thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Albrecht von Wittke, Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany in Erbil. We've got a lot to say, and we've done a lot for us, so please.
Yes, thank you very much, Kak Peshawar. And thank you very much to the organizers of this Delphi Forum for inviting me and for having me on this panel alongside my fellow colleagues from Erbil. It's really an honor for me to join this important discussion on unlocking Kurdistan's economic potential. Let me start by reaffirming the long-standing and very close relations that Germany has with the Kurdistan region of Iraq. They are grounded in mutual respect and shared interests. Then they continue to be manifold also due to a strong Kurdish community in Germany and many Kurds that have returned to the KRI after having lived for a while in Germany. So our Consul General was opened in 2009, and maybe this gives you a feeling. German cooperation with the Kurdistan region intensified in particular when in 2014 Daesh advanced. Germany, as you might know, supported the brave Peshmerga who fought them back inter alia by training thousands of Peshmerga and by providing arms and equipment for the fighting against Daesh. But the year 2014 also marked the start of development cooperation between Germany and Iraq, including the Kurdistan region. Since then, Germany has provided more than 3.6 billion euros to Iraq, including the KRI, in the context of humanitarian aid, stabilization, and development cooperation. This makes Germany the second largest donor after the United States. And after the horrible crimes of Daesh, our humanitarian support and cooperation initially focused on issues like reconstruction and rehabilitation, as well as support to IDPs, but also stabilization, as you can still all imagine after such tragic events. But just as the country itself is now undergoing a transformation towards stability and Daesh is considered militarily defeated, we have jointly decided to focus more on sustainable development of the economy, employment, and activities to address climate change. Our development cooperation now especially focuses on sustainable green economic development and training, greater independence in energy supply, including the use of renewable energies, more energy efficiency, adaptation to the effects of climate change, and continued strengthening of social cohesion. We also try to promote direct ties between business actors in Germany and the KRI. And I'm happy to say that Germany as a brand seems to be in high esteem as far as I look at shops in Erbil that always display German this or German that. Our role as the Consulate General is to support the German Liaison Office for Commerce and Industry in Iraq, which also has an office in Erbil, and provides a platform for businesses from both the KRI and Germany to connect and to develop business relations and to facilitate investments. There is already a large investment by a German energy company in the gas production field, but we also jointly supply the presence of German businesses at trade fairs here in the KRI, for example, in the field of agriculture. And we facilitate the visits of Kurdish business delegations to Germany. Just 2 weeks ago, for example, there was a business delegation to Munich, including a visit to the Smarter E-Europe exhibition, one of Europe's leading platforms for the energy industry. We are indeed discussing with the KRG and the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry how more such visits could be facilitated, eventually also bringing German businesses to the KRI. So there's a lot we can do through our development cooperation or facilitation in B2B contexts. But you also have to bear in mind that the vast majority of businesses, and actually the backbone of Germany's very open economy, are small and medium-sized companies. They need low barriers to market entry, and a number of framework conditions are very important factors in their business decisions and can easily become stumbling blocks. So in the past, we had to face issues like physical security, and luckily this issue has largely improved in most parts of the KRI. And if I may point to the discussion that we just heard earlier this afternoon, we do hope that political processes like the dissolution of the PKK will also have a positive bearing on remaining areas, also allowing the KRI to lift its full touristic potential. But I have to say that issues like political stability, legal certainty, the ability to easily perform financial transactions through a safe and reliable banking system, and the ability to follow German compliance rules have a similar importance for German businesses. And it is certainly helpful if you are not confronted with different sets of rules when doing business, depending on which part of the KRI you are dealing with. Germany, as other international partners, can offer support, lessons and advice, both from its successes, but also from its own failures. It is ultimately up to the people in this region and their elected government to define their path forward, also with regard to its economic future. We can support and collaborate like we did in the past, but we cannot chart the course. The KRI must take full ownership of its governance systems, development models, and its institutional frameworks. This is also true for the transformation process necessary to unlock its full economic potential, to diversify its economy away from relying mainly on revenue from fossil fuels and employment in the public sector, to develop, for example, its agricultural sector and its tourism potential. To do all this, the KRI must step up and assume greater responsibility in shaping its own future, economically, but also socially and politically. This is a region full of vibrant diversity in its culture and people, and a region that cherishes this diversity. This is not just a strength, it's a foundation that you can build on to strengthen your economy. So Germany, for its part, stands ready to support that journey through partnership and continued support and advice for the Kurdistan region to further stabilize, to thrive, and to master the challenges ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there. And let me also take this opportunity to thank GIZ, not only your mission, they've been so supportive to the initiatives that we have with the aim of unlocking our economic potential. So thank you very much again. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sinchol Lim, the Consul General of the Republic of Korea in Erbil. My friend.
I think just try talking.
Try now. It's not working? Working? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Seung-Chul Lim from Korean Consulate. I came here 1.5 years ago, and I met a lot of people, and I asked one question. Whenever I meet new people, if I give you $1 million, where will you put this money? This was my question. The 1 year ago, many people answered to me, please give me a glass. Glass. I have no glass. Most people answered to me, I will put this money under the pillow. 90% of people answer like this. But nowadays, a little changed. But majority still answer, we are not using bank. Then we can say the Kurdistan society is a very distrustful society. No, absolutely not. I think oppositely. Kurdistan society is a very trustable society. Let me give you an example. In the Sulaymaniyah bazaar, you can see the exchange shops and the porters. Several millions of dollars are carried by the porter. The porter is receiving just several dollars fee. But there is no security who are protecting this porter to keep from the robbery. Another example, you know there is some blog, Kurdistan blog, Akon. In the Akon website, the Instagram, they said, Sulaymaniyah is a very safe region. If somebody asks order gold online, then the porter bring that gold to the house without security, without any worrying about the robbery. This is the Sulaymaniyah. This is Kurdistan. Thank you. Thank you. This is my observation for 1.5 years. It is hard to imagine these kinds of happening in other countries, including Korea. So what does this tell us? Kurdistan is a place where people trust each other deeply, but in their own way. And if we want this region's economic development, we need to come up with ideas and policies that fit this special situation. A lot of scholars agree that social trust is a key factor in economic development. People like Robert Putman from Harvard University, Pierre Beaufoot from Collège de France, James Coleman from the University of Chicago, Francis Fukuyama from Stanford University have all talked about this. The trust is key factor of economic development. Why is the social trust is so important? Because money and people, which are the basics for the economic development growth, stick around in society where there are trust. If there is no trust, both money and talented people leave the society. This is more true in Kurdistan because of its unique situation. There is a kind of duality, dual identity, dual passport, dual jobs, dual currencies, and dual markets. Those make social trust take an even more powerful status in the economic development function or mathematics. Then how can we build more trust and how can we utilize the strong trust of the Sulaymaniyah Bazaar to develop the whole of Kurdistan's economy? The answer is defined in the devoted Kurdish think tank, which is composed of devoted Kurdish brains. This think tank could be the answer for the trust building and economic development. Let me give you an example from Korea's experience. In the 1950s, Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. Its per capita income was only $67 per year. Koreans were hungry. In the 1950s, Korea received $3 billion in foreign aid. 75% of that came from the US. From 1970s, Germany provided technological support, and the UK and France helped with education. I want to say here, I'm truly grateful for all that support. Thank you. Then, if we look at how Korea developed, we can find 4 key things, except for foreign aid. First, Korea invested training and education. Right after the government was set up in 1948, Korea started a training institute for public officials. Since Korea had no natural resources, investing in people was its top priority. Second, in 1961, the government created a powerful ministry called the EPB, Economic Planning Board. The minister was also the deputy prime minister and was in charge of 3 core tasks. One is planning. Second is budgeting. Third is foreign aid. With this power, the deputy prime minister can coordinate all Korean economic policies and use our resources wisely. Third, in 1966, we established Research Institute for Science and Technology to help companies get better at using new technology and improve productivity. Fourth, in 1971, we created KDI, Korea Development Institute, an economic development research institute. Until then, we had relied on foreign experts. But from the 1970s in KDI, Korean economists could start studying economic development for the country. Now, when I look at Kurdistan, I found already several institutes. First, there is a KIPA, Kurdistan Institute for Public Administration, for training public officials. Second, the KRG government, including His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister's Office, working hard on economic development. Third, organizations like KII, Kurdistan Innovation Institute, and the KISSR, KISSR, Kurdistan Institute for Strategic Studies and Scientific Researches, are helping with technology and science. KISSR is in Sulaymaniyah. But I also noticed that there is still no economic research institute. There is no local think tank dedicated to economic development. In Korea, it took about 20 years after its government was founded to set up its economic research institute. The Kurdistan government started in 1992. It's been about 30 years. I think now is a great time for Kurdistan to consider building its own economic research institute. For future prosperity, independent thinking is crucial. Over the past year, I've met leaders, professors, students, political leaders, research groups, media, business people, and more. Most people agreed that Kurdistan needs a think tank for economic development. Some people were a bit pessimistic, but when I asked if we should leave a better society for our children, everyone showed sympathy. This summer, a research team from Korea's Development Institute will visit Kurdistan to study the idea of creating a think tank here at the invitation of the KRG. To get ready for this Korean professor's visit on May 5th, KRG invited about 60 Kurdish economics professors and government officers, including the experts of the University of Sulaymaniyah for seminar. They discussed the goal of the Kurdistan Research Institute, its structure, function, category of experts, and the relations with other organizations. Meanwhile, to support these government activities, a private organization called KOD, Kurdistan Organization for Development, an academic society for economic and policy research was established recently by the Kurdish expert voluntarily. Now, let me finish by asking for your help. If you know any dedicated and talented people who well know economics, especially econometrics, mathematics, please let them contact this newly established code or the KRG government. We need devoted, smart Kurdistan people. Economic development is all about people, not about resources. Korea, which has experienced both poverty and wealth, will keep working with you, Kurdish people, in a smart way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seb. And let me just say we would like to applaud you for the great works that you've done, you and your mission, especially the Duke's Eco project, or better to say roadmap, to help us in the future. Thank you very much again. Now I would like to invite Mr. Steve Bittner, the Consul General of the United States of America in the Kurdistan region. The stage is yours, sir.
Spas. من زور دل خوشم كامرو ليرم بو أوي لقالتان خسبكم.
Wow.
When I was serving in Athens, Greece, almost 10 years ago, I was economic counselor there, and I had the opportunity to speak at the first Delphi Forum. And so it's my pleasure to be here today to speak at the first Delphi Forum in Slemani. So thank you to Simeon Tsimokos, the president of the Delphi Forum, to Deputy Prime Minister Qubad for making this event a reality today. It's no secret that the United States has been committed to the stability of the Iraqi Kurdistan region for a very long time. Back in the early 90s, of course, the implementation of the no-fly zone and humanitarian assistance programs, they underscored our commitment to protecting the Kurdish population from oppression and violence. In the years that followed, our relationship deepened. We worked together to combat terrorism and promote regional stability. Our Kurdish partners continue to be invaluable allies in ensuring an Iraqi-led defeat of ISIS. And that collaboration on security has expanded. It includes economic development, includes cultural exchanges, educational initiatives. And these efforts, multiple lines of effort, have strengthened the bonds between our people and contributed to the prosperity of the Kurdistan region. Beyond the government-to-government ties, what's even more impressive to me is the work that's been done to build business-to-business and people-to-people ties between the Kurdistan region and the United States. It's thanks to that stable security environment that's characterized this region for the past 20 years that so many U.S. companies, international companies, but I'll talk about the U.S. companies, and franchises have found entry into the Iraqi market first here in the Kurdistan region, and they've been able to expand their businesses elsewhere in Iraq. There's numerous examples of this, incredible U.S. brands that are operating in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. I hesitate to name any because I know I will forget some, but it includes Burger King and KFC and Ace Hardware and Ashley Home Furniture and Buffalo Wings and Rings and Papa John's, Ramada Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Hearst, Polaris, Bobcats, and many others who I'm sure I forgot. If so, I'm sorry. There's also an active American Chamber of Commerce. Kurdistan has nearly 30 members. And we also have U.S. companies that don't necessarily have offices here, but have found a lot of success in the Kurdistan region. GR Vernova is a good example of this, where they've developed mutually beneficial commercial relationships with companies in the Kurdistan region. We also, of course, have 3 U.S. energy companies that have invested billions in this region. So that's a pretty positive history of the U.S. economic commercial engagement in the Kurdistan region, and it's largely driven by business-to-business ties. It's not the U.S. government telling these companies, come to Kurdistan. It's those companies discovering opportunities for themselves here. Of course, there's a lot more that could be done. With the right economic reform agenda, the region's economic potential is vast. For example, we've talked about this region, Slemaniah, specifically becoming a regional gas hub for nearly a decade at forums like this. There are untapped fields of gas with proven reserves that could power the Kurdistan region, Iraq, and even beyond. There are U.S. companies with world-class technology and know-how that are willing to invest in gas production today. All they need are the right economic conditions and productive partnership. The Kurdistan region also has immense human capital. Young Iraqi Kurds are eager for a good education and an opportunity to find a job. We're really happy to see US-style universities operating in the Kurdistan region, including here in Sulaymaniyah with AUIS, that are preparing bright and entrepreneurial Kurds to contribute to a productive economy driven by the private sector. We're also very proud of our American Corner at the University of Sulaymaniyah and for the work that they do with a larger group of the youth of Sulaymaniyah. I've had many conversations with young Kurds over the past year that I've been here in the Kurdistan region. They're proud of their Kurdish heritage. They want to stay here, find success, but they complain about the conditions that exist that undermine their own professional ambitions, specifically corruption and bureaucracy. Now, corruption is definitely an issue that hurts economic development in countries and areas around the world. I was pleased to see that the KRG recognizes this. They had, in partnership with UNDP and the EU, launched an anti-corruption strategy that includes a hotline for people to report corruption anonymously, an education campaign to let young people know how bribes and corruption harm society. Those are positive steps forward. There's other steps also that are underway. Digital salary payments, like Kashmari Min, that provide payments into private banks are helpful mechanisms for minimizing opportunities of corruption. People receive their salaries through bank accounts instead of cash. It not only simplifies life for the recipients, but it also reduces opportunities to generate ghost employees or for bosses to take a cut from employee paychecks. We hope that the government can continue to reduce cash payments, bring civil servants into private banks, and reduce those opportunities for corruption. In addition to tackling corruption at all levels, it's also critically important to have an increase in transparency. I'm really glad to see the 2 major political parties that are negotiating the government formation talks publicly make the commitment that they will pass a budget through the next parliament, in the next cabinet. I think that is a basic level of transparency in government. It's positive. It's a good step in the right direction. Of course, the region hasn't had a public budget in over 10 years. In addition to a public budget, regularly publishing the government's revenues and expenditures would also help ensure that the citizens of the region have visibility into government finances and be an important demonstration of fiscal transparency. There's been some work on this already. Authorities in Sulaymaniyah have developed a publicly available online platform to track the province's revenue. Rolling out an integrated system throughout all of the Iraqi Kurdistan region would be a positive step. And I know the KRG knows all this. I'm not telling them anything they don't know. And they're working on this concept. It's an important international best practice to combat corruption, restore faith in public finance. And similarly, the government's recently approved Runaki project also reflects an international best practice. It's charging electricity consumers the actual cost of electricity. Too often when you see countries that have an issue with electricity availability, they focus on generating additional power generation rather than tackling the cheap electricity fees. This can strain public finances and it creates incentives to overconsume. So here in the Kurdistan region, Runaki, it's doing the opposite by increasing tariffs, metering consumption, reducing demand, and providing 24/7 electricity without increasing generation, all while saving most consumers money. It's contributing to a better environment for the citizens and also for business. People who live in areas covered by this, they no longer have to pay expensive and polluting private generators. They only pay one bill. I can speak from personal experience in Ankawa, in Hawlir, where the U.S. Consulate General is located. We're now included inside that project. And thanks to this, we have 24/7 electricity. And we are realizing significant savings as we've reduced our own costs on diesel and generator maintenance, on diesel delivery and generator maintenance, and we're also lowering pollutant emissions. As an economic officer in the U.S. Diplomatic Corps, I've seen time and again in countries and regions around the world that the best way to spark economic growth is to create an enabling environment. This includes, at a basic level, having security, tackling corruption of all forms, providing that transparent and predictable regulatory environment, and developing supporting elements like the 24/7 electricity and energy that any business needs to succeed. So the IKR, the Kurdistan region, has enjoyed greater security than other areas of Iraq and the larger region, which gave you a head start in attracting businesses and creating economic opportunities. We really hope to see the next KRG cabinet take bold steps to advance a reform agenda that will accelerate those that are already underway and will help create the condition for a more transparent business environment for the benefit of everyone, including the private sector. In so doing, they'll create the conditions to further strengthen the economic ties that bind the United States and the Kurdistan region and attract even more world-class American businesses here to this region. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak and to reconnect with the Delphi Forum. Zor spas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bittner. We are so glad that it is, during your time, the largest Consulate General of the United States in the world will be opened in Erbil. So we congratulate you on that. And also, let me just say that your support, your presence has served the stability of the Kurdistan region and perhaps more broadly, the wider region. By the way, I wrote my PhD on this, so I can talk a lot about it, but we'll leave it for another time. But thank you very much again for being here with us. And now I would like to invite Mr. Andrew Bisley, the Consul General of the United Kingdom in the Kurdistan region. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Peshawar. I'll start, of course, by thanking the organizers of the Delphi Forum and the Deputy Prime Minister for the invitation, the opportunity to speak today. It's sometimes quite nice to go towards the end of a panel like this, because first you don't have to repeat things that others have said, but also you can kind of measure the tone of what your colleagues are saying. And I think one thing that so far we've all been agreed on, and it's been obvious to me as well in the year that I've been here, is that there is huge potential in the Kurdistan region, a huge untapped potential. And the fact that it's untapped, actually, as an outsider, and perhaps also as an insider, can be quite frustrating at times. We're more than a decade, I think, beyond the peak economic security of the Kurdistan region, where oil was flowing and where full budget transfers were being made from Baghdad. And of course, that decade has been a very difficult decade with a lot going on. But yet, there is a lot that still can be done by way of economic reforms in order to kind of better the position of the Kurdistan region. So that's actually something that we, as the United Kingdom, have been trying to concentrate our programmatic support on in the last few years, the topic of economic reform, which has come up a few times here. And that's about tackling the real root problems that we see that this economy faces, which is reliance on oil revenues and the existence of non-oil revenues, as well as the space for the private sector to grow and to flourish. We see a clear need for diversification. I think that's not something that's a controversial thing to say, and a stronger private sector. I was living in Baghdad in 2020 during COVID times when the oil price last crashed very low. But we've also seen with Baghdad Erbil disputes and with the pipeline closure that a reliance on a single form of one or two forms of wealth generation leaves you exposed. So our programs at the moment are trying to enable the Kurdistan regional government to better deploy its resources to invest in infrastructure, support growth and economic diversification. Some examples of the kind of things we've been doing: reform and improvement of taxation policies and collection practices. That's not something that ever makes me popular when I say that out loud to the public in the Kurdistan region, but it's hugely important to create a diversified income stream for the government. And we've been doing the same by providing advice and capacity building in the customs space, so about customs policies, but also customs collections. Anti-corruption initiatives are something we've been involved in, as of others, for quite some time. They remain incredibly important, both for maximizing the wealth of the government, but also maximizing the image of the government when the government and the region when investors are considering options that they have. And we've been trying to support establishing a debt management unit within the Kurdistan Regional Government, because we see that there is scope to reduce the burden on government of its current debts and future debts as well, of course. And that largely builds on work we've been doing for some years on digitization and digital strategy with the Department General for IT. But again, as we've talked about things like My Account and Brunaki, a lot of that relies on having a really good kind of technology infrastructure in place. And then more recently, the other thing I would flag is that we've been trying to support the Kurdistan region to get independent access to international climate finance. Now, I was reading the news this morning, and I saw an article about Raparin and how rice is no longer being grown there because it's not raining as much anymore. So this is a new income stream that should be available for diversification and for projects that try to mitigate the effects of climate change and help adaptation towards it. Now, of course, trade remains important and mutually beneficial. I won't go into a kind of history and list of UK companies that have been involved, but suffice to say they're busy in lots of sectors in the region, from oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, consumer goods. And that, as Steve was saying as well, because of the strong people-to-people links that exist between the UK and the Kurdistan region, actually a lot of that flourishes without UK government support. So one of the things that we've been trying to do when we think about how we're going to actively support the Kurdistan regional government is to look for mutually beneficial projects, and particularly in a sort of resource-constrained environment. So what we're looking for is almost a strong and focused demand signal from the Kurdistan regional government to be sure that the activity that we're trying to support falls within the Kurdistan regional government's plans. Last September, we signed a trade priorities document, which we hope will provide a roadmap to deepen the trade between the UK and the Kurdistan region, but on areas that are really focused on diversification and service provision, so agriculture, healthcare, minerals, civil defense, and green tech. And we're also working on financing and things like export finance to ensure that some of that can be funded in ways that take some of the burden off the Kurdistan region economy. Now, I think I would repeat something that colleagues have said. The conditions for investment need to be right. I'm encouraged, as is Steve, to see that there may be a budget law in place for the 10th Cabinet, but also a clear program of activity, if that's agreed and is published, is something that is a demand signal that really helps businesses to work out where to put their money. And on to human capital, actually, is probably the last subject I'll talk about. And one of the great pleasures in my time here has been traveling around, particularly universities, and meeting young people here who are full of ambition, incredibly talented, very well educated. And we, as the UK, continue to invest in that. So, we're sort of well known for the stuff that we do in the private sector. There are a lot of UK private schools here that teach either to international or to Kurdish curricula. We were very pleased last year, as Steve has talked about, American curriculum institutions. We were pleased last year that the British International University opened, which will enable Kurdistan region's young to get degrees accredited by the University of London. That builds on years of scholarships and programs funded by the UK and funded by the government here, which means that I very, very often encounter people who've been educated in the UK. I think Dr. Peshawar is one of those.
Yes.
But we also focus on the public sector as well, capacity building of teachers, particularly in the English sector, English teaching and primary schools, and pre-service training of English teachers as well. But the other element on human capital that I wanted to touch on today is this question of migration, which is something that my government has been very interested in for a while. In my view, too many of the region's youth, its great potential for the future, are seeking dangerous and uncertain pathways to leave. And we know that there are economic and political problems here which contribute to that, but ultimately, if we can persuade them to stay, they could be contributing to diversifying the economy and private sector development. And as a statistic, we think that when people choose to try and reach the UK, for instance, illegally, they're generally charged about $20,000 by criminal gangs that are facilitating that. So if you can prevent or dissuade just 50 people from leaving, then that's $1 million that could be invested as seed capital in the region. We have, for some time, been investing in skills training, business startup grants, job placement opportunities, things that we're trying to do to encourage greater private sector-led growth. My view is that that has always been a bit too diffuse. So recently, we've been working quite hard with the Deputy Prime Minister's Office to examine what we can do with things like regional development agencies. We're very interested in trying to establish regional development agencies in areas where there are economic problems and migration problems, to try and get private sector-led growth and jobs, skills and training, private sector development, local business support. And of course, we're also quite heavily invested in the law enforcement environment as well, because we recognize that there are both push and pull factors. But I'll close just by reiterating, I think, that one of the great pleasures of being here is seeing the potential in a number of sectors which we're not looking in, tourism, for instance, as well. So we as the UK are very happy to be here and very happy to be contributing to trying to help the Kurdistan Regional Government and its people realize that potential.
Thank you, Mr. Bisley. Yes, I was educated in the UK. I lived there for some time, so I am trying not to be biased and stay objective, but your mission, yourself, your country has done a lot for us. Thank you very much indeed. I hope we can continue working together in the future. Last, but of course not least, I would like to invite Mr. Jan Brahim, Consul General of the Republic of France in the Kurdistan region. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Peshawar. And thank you for the organizer. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for this very interesting opportunity, very interesting debates, and opportunity for us to present our contribution to the Kurdistan region of Iraq's economy. When I was thinking of this panel, I was envisaging that all the aspects of our relations are contributing in a way or in another to the economic development, what we have made in the past in terms of security, political dialogue, high-level political dialogue that we're enjoying, the education, the culture projects that we are supporting are part of a broader relationship that is strong, that is very vibrant between France and Kurdistan, and these economic relations are an entire part of it. But we do consider that there are still important margins of progress in this field. And since the establishment of the consulate more than 15 years ago, the French state has been active in several directions. We have been providing advice and technical assistance for macroeconomics and some important projects with technical expertise, consulting companies that are present, private consulting companies like Artelia or Artel Altai Consulting. We have provided also some technical studies in the field of water management in the Great Zab basin, or at a more micro level in villages or little towns in order to help for local development. I'm thinking of Amedi, a project that we are supporting for several months right now. At the more micro level and in the framework of our security efforts to fight Daesh, we contributed also to stabilization efforts, and these stabilization efforts were at one point, especially now in the last few years, trying to support SMEs, support small entrepreneurship at the real local level, especially in vulnerable communities. And we have also developed further projects in empowerment of women in the economy. We have some grants from the French Development Agency or the Iraqi Women Empowerment, Women Entrepreneurship Empowerment project that we are pursuing. But the bulk of our economic relations is B2B, as our colleagues said, allowing business communities to get to know each other, to make sure that they identify each other's opportunities. And we have been working those last years to make sure these occasions happen. So we had the first France-Kurdistan Economic Forum last September in 2024 with a high-level governmental delegation and around 20 companies going to Paris and have some B2B dialogue. And next Monday, we will have a business forum again in Paris with Iraq, and a number of Kurdish companies and also Kurdistan Region of Iraq ministers will be present there. Several prominent companies from the Kurdistan Region of Iraq will be present, and we hope that it will lead to fruitful discussions. One indicator of this, and I thank my Chinese colleague for this specific reference to visa issues that he has mentioned. One of our indicator on this improvement of the economic relations between France and Kurdistan Region of Iraq is the steady increase of visas for business that we are seeing in our statistics on a monthly basis. In terms of economic ties, we have, of course, like all of us, three types of economic ties: commercial relations, so imports of goods in quasi all sectors, consumer goods, pharmaceutical products, electronic appliances. We also export production capacities and accompany this with transfers of know-how. I will cite a number of companies, but they are not the only one. I'm thinking of Sidel, of Cleia for brick factories, of General Electric's France for the production lines in the field of energy. And we have also direct investment, like Carrefour, who is a retail company, Danone, Al-Safi, who has established a production line in Erbil, Lafarge, who is present in Shamshamal, and so many others. On the successful experiences in terms of investment, I'm thinking always about Carrefour, because they established their first unit, their first shop in The Hook more than 10 years ago. They have progressively developed, completely employed only local people so had a non-training development to make sure that all expatriates go back to their countries and are replaced by local people, buying some also food products on the market and spraying their presence all around Kurdistan, more than 10 shops now, and even in Iraq, because since they have opened one branch in Kirkuk and one in Baghdad. In terms of challenges, I would say that the first challenge for us, French, is mobilizing French companies. Because a lot of companies, and especially SMEs, still consider Kurdistan and Iraq as a whole as a difficult country. For them, Iraq and Kurdistan still have security issues. They still lack governance. They are afraid of corruption. And we are working together with the government of Kurdistan Region of Iraq in order to reverse this perception, make sure that we provide the good opportunities for this perception to be reversed. Second challenge, companies need visibility on the macroeconomic situation and on the stability of the political situation in this overall regional situation, which is quite challenging. And in this context, all signs showing the improvement of the situation are good to valorize: formation of the government, adoption of an ambitious legislative agenda on reforms could be very important signs to send to companies. I'm thinking also of a conversation that we had with the Deputy Prime Minister about the statistical apparatus and the way to provide statistics to companies, which is also very important. And third constraint that I face in my daily job here are the financial constraints, because for big contracts, for big infrastructure projects, water management, sustainable cities sector, it may be difficult to get the loans and guarantees which are needed. The adaptation of the banking system and the reinforcement of the banking system is also very important, and my German colleague talked about compliance to EU rules, which is very, very important to us as well. But this being said, opportunities are huge. I visited several companies in energy, in agro-food, construction, water management, with state-of-the-art technology. It's impressive to see the high degree of ambitions in these sectors, and we really stand ready to accompany this. I was impressed also by the young population, as Steve and Andrew said. The young population, well-trained, dynamic, speaking foreign languages, open to new technologies. And we're in a place where the opportunities are not only in Kurdistan region of Iraq. There is a 40 million inhabitants market. That's what Carrefour has understood, and which they are developing right now. And the land is promising. Climate, availability of water, even though this year is not that good. Tourism industry. We are at the border of Iran, Turkey, Syria, so the potential is really, really high. And I'm convinced that improvements in the political front, in the overall regional stability, maintaining an ambitious reform agenda would really pave the way for Kurdistan to realize its full potential, and we as France stand ready to amplify this movement and accompany it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brahim. In addition to what you mentioned, I would just like to add one more thing that you've done, and more recently, especially, to enhance the cultural ties. So it's not only your efforts to help us politically, security-wise, economic development, but also culturally, you've done a lot. So we would like to particularly thank you for your effort recently to facilitate the visit of the Kurdistan Film Commission Slemani to be present in Cannes Festival in Paris. That was a great deal. So thank you very much again. Thank you all for being so patient. I know it took a bit longer than 1 hour. Let me just reiterate our gratitude again. Thank you very much. Let me just revisit the title of the panel again and remind everybody that we try to focus on the economic potential of the Kurdistan region. And in light of your insights, your remarks, I think there is a huge potential here in Kurdistan region, especially in Slemani. It's not only the human resources, the ambitious society, it's also the nature, the landscape, the land, the hospitality, and many other good things. So I'm hopeful that in the coming years we will focus more on how we can together unlock that potential. And in fact, this very venue here is a testimony to what we are trying to do to unlock that potential. This used to be a tobacco factory, but now it's a hub for innovation. It's a hub for empowering our young people and the young generation here in Kurdistan region. So thank you very much again, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, everyone. The upcoming panel, the title of the upcoming panel is about strengthening cooperation between the region and the European Union. The panelists will explore ways to enhance business relations, trade partnership, and cross-border cooperation between Middle Eastern and European businesses. This panel will be chaired by Manveen Rana, who's senior editor at The Times from the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so the next panel can start. Dear guests, please go back to your designated seats so we can start the next panel. Thank you. Dears, please go back to your seats. We will be having a panel about strengthening cooperation between the region and the European Union. The panelists are ready, so please go back to your seats.
Yep. Can I ask you to take a seat if you're staying for this panel? We'll be beginning in just a second. Thank you. Sorry, please do take a seat if you're here to listen to the panel on cooperation with the European Union. It's a subject that affects most of us here, whether you're from Kurdistan or the European Union. So please do come and take a seat. And we're just about ready to begin. I'm delighted to say we're joined by an expert panel on the subject. We are honored to have the Minister of Planning from the Kurdistan Regional Government with us, Mr. Dara Rashid Mahmoud. We are also joined by Omar Shaban, who represents Palestinian issues with a number of strategic think tanks. We have the wonderful former EU Commissioner and head of Dictios now, I understand, Anna Diamantopoulou, and Nikos Papandreou, an MEP with great understanding of European politics, and also, as many of the Greek people here will understand, a scion of a great Greek political dynasty. So we're delighted to be joined by them, and we're going to be kicking off now. Minister, to begin with you, as somebody who understands the region so well, who has to plan for its economic success, we've just heard a panel of people talking about the great cooperation that already exists. For you, what are the opportunities that aren't yet being taken?
Thank you very much. Let me begin with from the topics. We have a real and timely example of cooperation between EU and the region, Kurdistan region. In the last few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to...
Yeah.
Thank you. Last few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to join Mr. Qubad Talabani, Deputy Prime Minister, the Delphi Economic Forum in Delphi, in Greece. Nowadays, we have the Delphi Forum in Suli. So this is a powerful symbol of how the cooperation between EU and Kurdistan makes the... it's not like just an idea on a paper. It's now we are living reality.
Yeah.
So I'd like to thank Mr. Qubad Talabani, Deputy Prime Minister, and Mr. Simon for their role in bringing Delphi Economic Forum from Delphi to Sili. Thanks. And I would like to
Here we are, a form of cooperation.
This is a real example of cooperation between EU and the Kurdistan region governments. So if you never mind, I will continue in Kurdish to explain more for the guests.
Sure. So we'll be continuing in Kurdish. If you want to pick up one of the live translators, please do.
مێژووی هەماهەنگی و هاوکاری یەکێتی ئەوروپا دەگەڕێتەوە بۆ ساڵی 2003. ئێمە شانازی بەو پەیوەندی و بۆ هاوکاری هەماهەنگی دەکەین کە لەگە یەکێتی ئەوروپا هەمان بووە و لەو پەنێڵەی پێشتر کە زۆربەی قونسڵەکانی وڵاتانی ئەوروپی لێرە بوون ئیشارەتیان بە زۆر شتدا کە لەوانەیە پێویست نەکا ئیشارەت بە هەمووی بدەمەوە. ئەوەی کە یەکێتی ئەوروپا لە ساڵی 2003ەوە و تایبەتیش لە 2014ەوە دەتوانم باسی کەم دەتوانم بیکەمە سێ بواری سەرەکی کە یەکەمیان مرۆڤایەتی بوو، دوو بەرگری و گەشەپێدان. لە مرۆڤایەتی لە پاش 2014 و شەڕی داعش و هاتنی ئاوارەیەکی زۆر لە بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان یەکێتی ئەوروپا زۆربەی وڵاتانەی کە ئەندامن لە یەکێتی ئەوروپا لەلایەنە مرۆڤایەتیەکەی هاوکاری تەواومان بوون کە بتوانین ئەو لێشاوە زۆرەی ئاوارە کە ڕوویان لە هەرێمی کوردستان کرد بتوانین لە کاتێکی کەم بە شێوەیەکی گونجاو وەریانگرین. یەک نمونە
One second.
Sorry. Thank you.
You want me to repeat or it's okay?
Keep going.
So, شارێکی وەکو دۆهۆک لە ماوەی چەند کاتژمێرێک ژمارەی دانیشتوانی لە 1.5 ملیۆن بۆ 3 ملیۆن. هاوکاریەکانی یەکێتی ئەوروپا و ئەو وڵاتانی کە ئەندامن لە یەکێتی ئەوروپا توان وڵاتانی جیهان و ویلایەتە یەکگرتووەکانی ئەمریکا و زۆربەی وڵاتان هاوکارمان بوو، بەڵام پەنێڵەکەی ئەوڕۆ لەسەر هاوکاری و هەماهەنگی نێوان هەرێم و یەکێتی ئەوروپایە زیاتر تەرکیز لەسەر وڵاتانی یەکێتی ئەوروپا دەکەم. هاوکاریەکانی وڵاتانی یەکێتی ئەوروپا نەبە لە بارەی مرۆڤایەتی هەرێمی کوردستان نەیدەتوانی ئەو لێشاوە زۆری ئاوارەکان بتوانین لە ماوەیەکی کەم و بە شێوەیەکی گونجاو مامەڵەیان لەگەردا بکات. ئەگە بێنە سەر لایەنە بەرگریەکەی و عسکەریەکەی لە شەڕی داعش خۆتان دەزانن کورد و کوردستان و بە تایبەتی هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان شەڕی هەموو جیهانی کرد دژی داعش بەڵام لێرەشدا هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی کە وڵاتانی یەکێتی ئەوروپا بەشێکی سەرەکی بن لەو هاوپەیمانەتیە هاوکاری سەربازی و عسکەری باشیان کرد کە بتوانن هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان زاڵ بن بەسەر ڕێکخراوی تیرۆریستی داعش. طبعا دیسان تاکید دەکەمەوە هاوکاریەکان و هێزەکانی ویلایەتە یەکگرتووەکانی ئەمریکا و وڵاتانی تر هاوکارمان بووینە بەڵام تاکید لەسەر مۆزوعەکەی پەنەڵ دەکەمەوە کە یەکێتی ئەوروپایە. بێنە سەر بواری گەشەپێدان لە پاشەوەی طبعا مرۆڤایەتی و عسکەری هەبووە بەڵام هەمان کات لە گەشەپێدان هەبووە بە زیاتر تەرکیز لەسەر مرۆڤایەتیەکە و عسکەریەکەی بووە. سەبارەت بە هاوکاریەکانی گەشەپێدان دەتوانم بە چەند کۆڵەکەیە کورتی بکەمەوە. وڵاتانی یەکێتی ئەوروپا چ بە شێوەیەکی ڕاستەوخۆ وڵاتەکان یان لە ڕێگەی ڕێکخراوەکان هاوکاری تاویان کردین لە پرۆژەکانی گەشەپێدان لە پێشخستنی کەرتی تایبەت وەروە چۆنیەتی ڕەخساندنی هەڵیکار ئەویش بەوەی کە بتوانین چۆن هەمە چەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات بکەین سەرچاوەکانی ئابووری چکە خۆتان دەزانن عێراق بە شێوەیەکی گشتی و هەرێمی کوردستان داهاتی سەرەکی نەفت بووە. لێرە لە هەمە چەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهاتکەوە زیاتر بەرەو کشتتوکاڵ بەرەو گەشت و گوزار بەرەو پیشەسازی بەرەو سێکتەرەکانی کە بڕۆین کە دەتوانی هەمە چەشنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات بکات لە بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان. لە بە دیجیتالکردنی حکومڕانی هاوکاری تەواومان بووینە لە چەند سێکتەر وڵاتانی یەکێتی ئەوروپا هاوکارمان بووینە بۆی بتوانین چەند سێکتەر بەرەو ئەلکترۆنیکردن ببین. هەروەها هاوتەریب لەگەر ئەجندای BC SDG یعنی ئەوەی گەشەپێدانی بەردەوام هاوکارمان بووینەوە بتوانین ڕێکارە دیموکراتیەکانیش هاوتەری بیتنیا بگونجێ لەگە ئەجندای BC SDG یان گەشەپێدانی بەردەوام. ئەوەی کە باسم کرد چەند نمونەکە ینی هاوکاریەکان زۆر ناتوانم هەمووی باسکەم بەڵام نوێترین ئەو هاوکاریانەی کە ئێستا یان ڕێککەوتین نێوان حکومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان و یەکێتی ئەوروپاوەیە کە پەرەپێدان بە استراتیجیەتی چارچیوەی نوێی پاراستنی کۆمەڵایەتی بکرێتن کە پرۆژەکە لە ساڵی 2021ەوە چوتە بواری جێبەجێکردن لە هەتا ساڵی 2027 بەردەوام دەبێتن. ئەو پرۆژە بەدایان ملیۆن دۆلاری لە بۆ تەرخان کرایە طبعاً یەکێتی ئەوروپا بودجەکەی تەرخان کردیە و لە ڕێگەی چەند سێ ئاژانسی نەتەوە یەکگرتووەکان و بە هاوکاری و هەمانجی وەزارەتەکانی حکومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان ئەوەی کە گرنگە لە کۆتاییدا ببگەینە استراتیجیەک کە حکومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان بتوانی ئەو داهاتەی کە بەردەستە بە شێوەیەکی کارەماتر و کاریگەرتر بتوانی بەکاری بێنێت.
Thank you, Minister. Anna, as somebody who's looked at jobs and social rights within the EU Commission, where do you think the opportunities lie for cooperation with Kurdistan? And should we be thinking about who they benefit in particular? How you invest in a way that actually benefits society here?
Yes, if I would like to summarize my thoughts on this issue, I would start by saying that we live in an era that we have a definition of geography, not only from politics or history. So there are new corridors, trade corridors, there are new institutions, there are new geopolitical status. So everything is changing. And in this being changed, European Union, which is a superpower, and I would like to underline it because we heard a lot about the European Union, and we blame it because it cannot stop the wars. But we must have in mind that European Union is the reason that there is no war in this continent, which was full of wars for centuries. And it is the European Union who is responsible for this peace and prosperity. And is the European Union who is this unique phenomenon that had this soft power for democracy and institutional building. But now, in this era, the European Union has to play a new role, has to be a co-designer concerning Iraq, because we want to speak about Iraq, not just a supporter, not just to provide aid, but to be a co-designer. And now we come to Iraq. Iraq, in this new era, has, of course, an institutional weakness. It is institutionally fragile. And we can understand it. It is after wars, after civil wars, after very difficult situations. So this is a problem, but this is where we have all to build on institutional building, on conciliation among everybody, etc. At the same time, Iraq has three very strong advantages. It is geography, it is demography, and it is the resources. So if we bring them together, the European Union and its new role, and Iraq, I could underline three big areas. The first one is that there is a need that the European Union, we heard the councillors, I mean, we heard the France policy, the German policy, the Italian policy. Could we imagine that we could have something like a Marshall Fund, a Marshall Project from all European countries on three areas? To support business with, and of course the government, with new instruments according to the Iraq needs, and the EBC and the other European institutions can provide this kind of instruments. The second one is the joint projects. And there I would like to refer, there is this very big Iraq development road. I mean, it's a huge project starting from the Grand port in the Gulf and heading to Europe. And there I could say that Europe cannot be just an end point. Europe has to participate in this big project because it is Turkey, it is the Emirati. Europe can play a role. Europe can invest on digitalizing trade, etc. And the third important issue is what you said. Okay, money, in Trump's area we hear money, money, everything is about money. But the most important thing is the workforce, is people. And we know that Kurdish people, men and women, are famous warriors. Now they have to be famous workers. And we have to invest in people, all of us. And of course, the Kurdish government. And here, when we're talking about investing in people, it is in the core of European policies. And I think here we have many things to offer, not only through common projects, our experience in welfare state, or our projects on vocational training, which is very important, that I think this could be a very important priority. But particularly on women issues. And I stop here, and then I have an idea and a proposal for women issues.
That sounds fascinating, especially since Kurdistan has made a reputation for itself by letting women on the front line, which feels very progressive for the region. Before you do stop, though, I just wanted to ask, it's a really interesting idea of putting forward almost a Marshall Plan for Iraq, where lots of European countries would contribute. You've been inside the European Union, the Commission, you know how it works. How would you sell that plan to Europe? What's the incentive for Europe to be investing in Iraq right now? Is it security? Is it about economic, is it about how we can both benefit economically? How would you pitch it? How would you get people to give up the money?
You know, in all these projects, there are always many different incentives. The most important thing is for politicians to look forward and to see how important it is 10 years in 2030 if Iraq is a prosperous and an economic power beyond energy, because now everything is about energy, and there is a diversification, there is a need of different kind of productions. So a different Iraq in 2030 will be so important for Europe, for economic reasons, for trade, for digital area, and how Europe can invest or can use the digitalization in Iraq, and of course security issues. If the whole Middle East era will be under peace, it is such a gift for the humanity. And here we were talking in the previous panels about, there was a question if there could be a Kurdish independent country. Let us think 20 years after this discussion that there could be a Middle East Union. So no borders. Everybody could go everywhere. So this is the way that the Kurdistan could be a real country and independent and strong and prosperous. So it is peace, democracy, and investing in people that will change things. And it will, we are going to benefit, all of us, I mean, Europeans and the Iraqi people as well.
Omar, you look at Palestinian issues and you also work with a number of European think tanks, so you understand both sides of the perspective. We can't help but talk about Donald Trump, even though this is a panel on Europe and the region here. He still infects everything, really. It's Donald Trump's world. We all just get to live in it for a while. Do you think there is something in the model that he set up with a Ukraine mineral deal in terms of how you invest in the region here, how you build up security, especially, for example, for Gaza? Is it just very cynical and exploitative, or is there something in actually having America invested in the future of a region by benefiting financially? What do you hope to see?
First of all, thank you very much, Rana. And it makes express my happiness to be here for the first time. And I'm very, very happy to be with our Iraqi Kurdistani brother. I'm very happy. And I will make myself short. Whenever I speak about EU-Mediterranean cooperation, I wonder, because we don't need to convince ourselves. We are, for three reasons. One, it's a dictatorship of geography. We are neighbors, and we will continue to be neighbors until the end of life. Second, there are so many opportunities that it's easy to realize without need to explain. Third, economic cooperation is the entry for political framework, for political process. Despite all the difficulties, there were some examples where the two sides were cooperating with each other, and it brings stability to the region. I am from Gaza. I spent all my life in Gaza. I exit Gaza mid of the war. Situation there is not at all imaginable. People are dying from starvation. And I was in Madrid 2 weeks ago. I have been traveling all the European cities. And I say this very frankly, that we lost faith when we express our frustration with the EU because our expectations are very high. And destabilizing Palestine, those solution is the only way to revive the whole thing. We are all taken hostages by the conflict, but which prevent us to look at the opportunity. I will come to your question now into a statement. Gaza is one of the oldest cities in the globe. We are the oldest third area in the globe. Gaza has a lot of relation with Europe, with Napoli. There was a trade. And Gaza can contribute a lot to the prosperity of the world. We produce many things to Europe. We are one of the most talented population. We are very entrepreneurs and highly educated Palestinians everywhere. And we have a couple of hundreds of thousands Palestinians everywhere. We are 15 million, 7 million are outside everywhere, from Chile up to Australia. And many of them are rich. And Gaza, I published a paper a couple of years ago about unlocking Gaza potential. So Gaza, it has all the assets to be Hong Kong of the Middle East. We are in the Mediterranean. We are connecting Asia with Africa. We have gas in the Mediterranean. We are the way to Jerusalem. 3 hours flight from Gaza to Rome, 4 hours to Paris. We are not in the middle of nowhere. We are very close. And Gaza is a symbol of stability and connectivity. Despite all these difficulties, there are the example of the multi-gas club in the Mediterranean, Egypt, Greece, Cyprus, and Palestinian Authority, where the 6 Italy, they are cooperating with each other. There is the gas deal between Lebanon and Israel, where Hezbollah was part of the deal. What Israel this government in Israel does not represent any of good values. Last week, the columnist Thomas Friedman, the American, he was advising his president, saying that this government is not our allies. Israel is our allies, but not this government. Smotrich, Benigfield, Netanyahu, they should be in the court. I lost part of my family, 20,000 orphans in Gaza. They will be the enemy of the future. 8,000 widow women. We have 86,000 amputated children in Gaza. It's the largest amputated children in such a small place. Gaza was bombarded by 100,000 tons of explosion. 100 million kilo. If you divide it to Gaza, each kilo has 270 tons. Gaza is too small. Intermedia is big. No. Gaza is 200 square miles. 362 kilometers square. It's too much for happening. And Gaza has been under the siege since 2007. And Gaza was subjected to 15 wars. 15 wars in such a short period. I know that maybe you don't want to hear about it, but we were not consulted on 7th of October. The conflict did not start 7th of October. We are under occupation since 1967. The world focused on 7th of October, not our mistake. Like Bin Laden when he did in the 7th of October, in the 11th of September. He was not consulted with us. He was talking in our behalf. So my message to you, wherever I go to Berlin, to Italy, don't give the bad people the excuse to do the bad things in our behalf. Gaza has a huge potential, and we can be part of stability. I will close here. Many of the initiatives, Barcelona Declaration 1995, Union for Mediterranean, have not been very successful because it tried to overcome the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. This conflict must come to an end in order to complement. We have so many things to contribute to Europe, and they have so many things to contribute to us. It's amazing. Water, energy, sun, young people, oil, technology. And thanks to the EU, they have supported Palestinian Authority with 400 million euro a year, Palestinian Authority and UNRWA on the 5 refugee camps, and civil society. And we have so many talented people, like myself. I got a scholarship from the UK in 1994. I did another master with Geneva Graduate Institute in 2023. So many of the talented Palestinians who run the show, they were graduated from Europe. So we appreciate very much, but we expect more, and we want to be part of stabilizing and civilizing the Middle East.
I agree. It's very hard to imagine enough stability for proper trade in the region until something is done about that conflict. We are short on time, but just very quickly, what do you see in terms of rebuilding the day after for Gaza? Would it be a Marshall Plan? Would it be some kind of minerals deal? How would you want the rest of the world to engage with that process?
Thank you very much. I have published couple of articles about the Gaza day after. We want the day after to be a process for reconstruction the whole Palestinian political economic sector, economy. It's not about rebuilding the building, because in the past 17 years, many building and infrastructure were built by the EU money, were destroyed the second day by another war. We need to get out of this cycle of building, reconstruction, building, reconstruction. We need election. Our president, he's 89 years old. The last election was in 2009. I'm independent. I speak with everybody. I have the freedom to speak wherever I want. We want a new leadership. If you look at the latest poll, was published by the Palestinian think tank, Hamas will get 5% only in Gaza. It will get to 25 in West Bank. It will get 50 in Norway. It will get 55 in Belgium. But in Gaza, 5%. And there were protests in Gaza asking to release the hostages and to stop the war. All our political system need to be reformed, and we need to build Gaza back as it was. We have 3 churches in Gaza. One of them is 1,500 years old. Gaza used to be Christian. Jesus, our brother, Jesus Palestinian, he was there. I'm very proud of that. So we need to build Gaza as it was, but in much better. How we can do, we have a plan. Stop the war, 2 years of early recovery, bring back people to the normality, And this war must take all the current political system out, include our president, but also in Israel. No way to make peace with this government who believe in killing and transformation and pushing our people in Gaza to death by starvation. This happens in the 22nd century in the eyes of the whole people. I wonder why the international community cannot stop this government from killing us, no food, no water for the 60 days. And Netanyahu is using Hamas as excuse to destroy us. We are not going to leave our country. We love Palestine. We are Palestinian. I have been traveling to all my life, but I never asked for another nationality. I respect America, I respect Europe, but I'm Palestinian. Many Palestinians in Cairo, like myself, there are 120,000 Palestinians who exit Gaza during the war. They want to go back. They want to go back, and many of them went back under the war. So give us the chance to re-elect our system and to produce. And we have so many millionaire Palestinians outside. We don't need money. We are rich outside. I will tell you, my friend, the president of Colombia, many of the presidents of Latin America originally Palestinian. Most of them are Christian who left Palestine in 1920 under the Ottoman massacre under the Ottoman. And they went there and they are very rich and they want to come back to be part of building Palestine. So just open the border.
Well, we could do a whole session on that alone, but before we do, Nikos, for you, when you're thinking about how you could increase EU cooperation here and why it isn't already happening, is it instability within governments like in Iraq, or is it almost, as Anna mentioned, geography? You know, is it possible for the EU to want to invest here while a deal with Iran is still being written by America in which the EU doesn't even get a say? What are the factors?
Hello? Okay. First of all, I don't think anybody disagrees with what you just said. So you're preaching to the converted, and in my house in particular, you know how I grew up. Palestine was, with Cyprus, the issue of my life. But let me just switch a little bit of discussion before I answer that, because I'm an MEP, meaning deputy in parliament. The commissioner is the one who has the money. The parliament is the one who forms the budget. And to go back a little bit, I'll get to the point, I need to go. So there was a commissioner last time called European Way of Life. And I almost laughed when I heard that. It sounded imperialistic. But today, with the United States destroying its social fabric, which continent, except Oceania, still preserves what we think are the values of a social welfare state? With all its problems, it's still Europe. I say that because those values, and one more little story, when I went to Albania to follow the elections, and because there's many Albanians who speak Greek and they recognize me, they kept saying, when will we join Europe? When will Albania join Europe? And it's the first time in history, I think, if we look at the empires, from Alexander the Great to all the other ones, that somebody wants to join a club and has to become a democracy and follow rule of law to join the club. Before, they would just take over the country. Iraq, the British, etc. Palestine, the British. Israel, we saw what happened. Now we're asking countries to join, but they have to make reforms. It's the same thing that is, in a sense, imposed on the money that comes from the EU to Iraq. And the consulates all spoke about the projects. And some of the projects, if we go from the big ideas to the small ideas, are the ones we should be proud of. Desalination in the marshlands, women's cooperatives in farms. Those are the projects that go from the big story to the little daily story. And Anna was very right to talk about vocation. The Korean consular emphasized education. Development will not happen without education. Greece has many examples of how it dealt with the digital economy to deal with better functioning of the bureaucracy, because with digital payments you avoid the in-between. And I'm on, just to say a little bit what I do, I'm on 2 committees in the European Parliament. One is Health Committee. I was just in Ukraine at the hospitals, and we're trying to help that. And the other is the Economics Committee. And there, Europe is trying to go to a digital euro. Why? It's not just to be digital. It's because we realized during COVID that all of Europe depends on 2 companies, Visa and MasterCard. Let me give a funny example. Denmark does not give Greenland to Trump. Let's say they say no. Trump calls up the president of Visa MasterCard and says, shut down Denmark for a week. It's not crazy, they did it in Russia. So the digital euro is a payment scheme that will be available to countries outside. And one thing when you talk about Gaza, one way they dealt with the issue of the cash to Gaza was many times through digital payments. Instead of bringing suitcases like they did in Iraq 20 years ago, to the NGOs, it would go digitally. I'm just saying examples, simple, small examples. When I was young, I wanted the big revolution, and today, little ones. 10 little ones make the big change. So Kurdistan, given the situation, what are the MEPs looking at? Well, right now, we're focused on Syria, Gaza, Ukraine. The focus now. I'm not saying it'll stay like that. Syria, the sanctions, will they come off or not? The Europeans are slower than the Americans. They don't trust completely the situation yet, especially because of the Kurds in northern Syria. So Europe still is standing on that, still. In terms of Kurdistan in the world around us looks like an island of stability compared to what's happening, and it has a history of stability. Also, Turkey is big on our list, and we voted against the government for putting Kurdish mayors in jail. So these things create a lot of other issues. However, there's a big project called Global Gateway, 500 billion, which of course needs the experts. When you talk about regional development in Kurdistan, it's not enough to have a good governor. You need 2 or 3 experts who understand the European system that can draw from the millions for local investments. So basically, the idea is, unlike some other countries, EU co-invests with Kurdistan on projects that follow the European way of life to complete the circle. Green technology, women's rights, human rights, less corruption. I have no experience on it. It's what I hear, so I'm not taking a stance. All countries have those problems. I'm not trying to be critical. We just heard some issues which can be resolved. Greece, for example, because Greece had problems too. A final thing, and that was my brother George as Prime Minister. Every single payment in the public sector has to be published on the internet and have an IP number. Suddenly we knew how many pencils the ministry is buying, how many cousins were being hired, how many brothers and sisters were going into the system, and they stopped. In the medical, in the public sector, and we had to have a budget. And that, they tried to change it, the governments that came, but it did not change. So there's simple things that we can learn that can help. So I would say the opportunities are good. The focus now, unfortunately, is Palestine, Gaza, and I think all the eyes are on that. Europe, on our progressive side, is trying to continue the money to UNRWA. The conservatives are trying to stop it. You understand. The European Parliament has both sides. The war has come inside, and the fights are strong. So we cannot solve it directly, but we have to keep funding as much as we can. European Union is not a force with a military. And still, it's America that makes the game with Netanyahu, still. So unless we solve that one, that's going to be difficult.
Let's see if the European Union does become a force with a military. Everything is changing so fast. And we were just pointing out how you could encourage social movement by sort of investing in projects that encourage, for example, women's rights. You said you wanted to mention that. We are almost out of time, but very quickly, your plan.
No. It's me still.
Now? Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. What Omar said, it is the voice of justice and rationalism. And I'm really very happy the way that he put the whole issue. But I think it is impossible to discuss together the Iraqi issue, the Palestine issue, the Lebanese issue. It is impossible. So when there are so many open issues in Middle East, and not only, we must not forget the Cyprus issue, it is still open. Lebanon has a lot of problems. Syria, Iraq has still many problems. And of course, it's always the trauma of Gaza, which is, nobody can describe what is going there. But we have to be realistic. And we have to see, can we do something in Iraq? Or are we going to believe that when the stability comes in the whole area, then we start to work step by step. So realism says, do it now. Don't stay, move. And Iraq is now in a situation that it cannot move, it can move. I saw in the square of the city, I saw the statue of a Kurdish woman. And we all know the role of Kurdish women in the war and in the peace. So I was thinking a lot for this panel, what we could propose and could be a reality, because after such conference, there always must be something. So I found some interesting Kurdish words, and I found the word Rawa, which means narrator. And I think that we can organize a project as Erasmus. And it must be a project for young women in innovative startups, in innovative digital projects, and bring them together in order to be educated, to have networks, to be financed, in order to have their own innovative enterprise. It can be done. I mean, it is not easy for the European Union. And I think we can measure it then, how many women, what is the result, etc. And I will give you an example in the United Kingdom. There is the Muslim entrepreneurs, which is Muslim women who have made miracles. So let's see if we can organize it. And maybe Nikos can help us through the parliament and I through the commission to organize a project like this. Because let's imagine in a few years that a unicorn can be produced in Iraq by a young lady working with somebody in Berlin, in Athens, or in Lisbon. I think this will be something very concrete for the future and for our cooperation.
Well, that's a wonderfully hopeful note for us to leave it on, just because we are completely out of time. But thank you all for taking part, and I know the next panel will build on some of those issues, so please stay put. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. We have reached the last panel for today. The title of this panel is The Role of Iraq and the Gulf in Global Market. It will be analyzing how Iraq and the GCC are serving as gateways between East and West, with emphasis on investment, on trade, and market integration. This panel will be chaired by Mr. Nick Going, founder and director, Thinking the Unthinkable from the United Kingdom.
Right. Could I ask you to just take your seats again? This is the final session of the day, but that doesn't mean to say the energy is disappearing. The relevance is just as acute as when we started at 2 o'clock 5 hours ago. So please give us your attention, because we want to look at the role of Iraq and the Gulf in global markets. Global markets, that means well beyond Iraq. What is the potential? Where are we at the moment? You've already seen Nikos and Anna. They are continuing the spirit of what they've just done with Manveen. So let me pick up with our two other guests who've just joined us. First of all is Sheikh Hassan, welcome, who's executive chairman of Onyx here in Iraq. Can I just ask you to explain what Onyx is?
Onyx is a group of diversified
Wait a minute.
company.
Microphone, please.
I don't know. I think
Yes.
it's too
Go
close
ahead.
to me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Onyx, most probably known by all the local audiences, but Onyx is an energy diversified group of companies working in the different sectors, and not only in Iraq and Kurdistan, and also beyond. In Kurdistan, we are generating the third of the power generation, so we are producing the third of the electricity of Kurdistan. And we are also supplying 10% of Iraqi electricity to the country as a wider region. We own a refinery, we have a retail business, we also have investment overseas in Europe, Africa, and beyond.
So you feel very assertively that you are playing in the global market?
I believe so.
Right. Now, the other, I want to introduce as well Shishir Pradashi. Welcome, Shishir. It's nice to see you again, who's come here especially from Delhi, who is president of global relations for the Adani Group in India. But before that, he worked for 27 years at the World Trade Organization. But first of all, Shishir, just explain what Adani does these days, how multifaceted you are.
Thanks, Nick, and thank you, Simeon. It's always a pleasure being as part of this forum. Look, the Adani Group is a huge and a very diversified group, Nick. Largely into infrastructure, it's into ports, it's into airports, but also very hugely into energy generation, with probably the biggest Indian portfolio as far as renewable energy is concerned. They're into defense, they're into data production. You probably named the thing. In terms of, I think, just the size of the conglomerate, it's probably into every possible sector, and maybe the second largest in the country.
Is there a principal focus at the moment?
Sorry?
Is there a main focus at the moment?
I get a feeling it kind of is between infrastructure of ports and renewable energy. These two would be the main focuses of the group at the moment.
Now, let me ask you, as you're here and you've worked in the World Trade Organization, what does Iraq have to do to move forward positively in order to make the WTO come alive for Iraq and open enormous potential?
Thanks, Nick. You know, I was in the WTO when the Iraqi process of accession started in 2004. We were a little surprised that in 2008, Iraq put a little, what we thought was a temporary hold to its accession to the WTO, but it's just been renewed last year. After 16 years of hiatus, it's been put put back into force. Now, I want to answer probably, Nick, give me a minute, in two parts. Purely being in the WTO, I think it's absolutely essential for Iraq, because that would allow it to access the markets of all other WTO members, 168 countries, at the most favored nation rate of duty. That's huge. But if you look at it from the point that Iraq's economy or exports are largely oil and fuel, then two, this is one big step towards diversification. If you want to get into the global markets, you want to integrate, then yes, being part of WTO is absolutely essential. But a small question mark, Nick, hands over the WTO's own ability to enforce rules at the moment. because you've got an appellate body which was the teeth of the WTO, which is bitten of a limbo because the United States is not too happy with the way appellate body members are elected. So that's a bit on hold. Personally, even though it does appear that the moment that the WTO is slightly weakened, I would strongly feel that there can only be benefits for a country like Iraq.
But let's do a reality check, because Nkosi, the Secretary General, has made very clear her deep nervousness, particularly after Liberation Day in the United States, that the whole WTO framework, which has been worked for, and you worked for so many years, is beginning to crumble. Do you think that there's a danger of having too much faith in something which doesn't have value anymore?
Look, unless and until you have faith, even if, it is perhaps weakened at the moment, you're not going to be able to strengthen it. You've got to have faith. And I think, what is the biggest stake in it for developing countries? It is the only global organization where every member has the same vote irrespective of your share of global trade. I think that's the biggest belief you can have in the democratic nature of an organization, and I think that's the reason why not just Iraq, but every developing country member must strongly support the strengthening of WTO.
Well, let's pause there, Saad. When you hear that, what is your view as an international trader, someone who is running a company which is benefiting significantly from the global terms of trade, or was?
Being an Iraqi citizen and operating globally, definitely that I believe the inclusiveness and then completing each other in many ways, in every resources and opportunities that we can contribute to the bigger world and bigger, let's say, market. So in being in Iraq, everybody knows Iraq as an oil-rich resource country, but I would rather talk about other things that Iraq has as a potential, which it can be explored, which contribute to the bigger world, and especially in this eastern-western corridor that linking the two parts together as geographically very well positioned here. Iraq has every resources that you could ever imagine, but I would come with the sun. Sun is our really good commodity here. In Iraq, with the solar radiance efficiency, Iraqi light and sun can produce 5.5 to 6.5 kilowatt hour per square meter a day, whereas in the northern Europe, you can only do 2 to 3 kilowatt hour per square meter a day.
What's the key that's needed to open the tap?
So that's a probably $1 billion question. To open this tap, I think there are two ways of unlocking this potential. Mainly is need to be done by Iraqi government in terms of creating an environmentally friendly environment for foreign investors, as well as to the local or private companies to develop further projects, which especially when after the EU, what they call carbon border adjustment that coming in place in a country like Iraq with a very green energy, which it can be a hub of power. You can actually be a center of export to majority of the products. If, for example, if you produce steel or aluminum or cement from the very fossil fuel or carbon high content manufacturer, in 2026 onward, EU would take that tax on it. And in less than 10 years, they will charge 100% of it. So increasing from 2.5% to the 100%. In a country like Iraq with endless sun and space, if we make it a center of power and connecting it to the Europe, which you can see that we can connect us through the Turkey to the European market, it's very easy to reach out all the product that you are producing from the renewable energy that has less tax and can become extremely competitive.
Well, let's pick that up with Shishir in a moment from the Adani point of view, but there's one important question. What do you think the image of Iraq is at the moment? When someone like me comes here for the first time, people say it's dangerous, isn't it? You know, it's going to be difficult. I would suggest that most people have a wrong perception of what the new reality is here, but certainly in the last 2 or 3 years. How do you describe the level of business confidence, trust, and opportunity?
First of all, if we go back a little bit to the history, actually,
don't
Iraq,
go too far back.
I got too far, but in a short way. How about that? So Iraq is among a very few countries that has a legacy of being one of the world's first let's say, installment and inhabitant, as well as to be a birthland of the writing and the code of law.
But you've had brutal years of war and terrorism.
Okay, if you could do that one, if this region has done it before, I'm sure that it can be done again. So Iraq is, yes, going through let's say, war or sectarian region, but we have to remember now it's going through a very powerful transitional generation, that a youth of Iraq and Kurdistan are very Western-minded youth, which they can extremely be equipped and adapted to the world. And all it needs Iraq to really to invest in the broad-based vocational trainings for the youth to change the perception that you, from the place of the instability and security issues and terrorists, to a place of the 60% of the population below 25 years old, that can actually contribute a lot to the bigger world.
You've got a communication job to do.
Yes.
Now, let me go to Shishir, because Adani is very significant in the kind of things that we're just hearing are the ambitions here in Iraq. In other words, energy. And you have big investments globally and also now internally within India. Phenomenal investments. And 5 years ago, we wouldn't have been having this conversation, but now it's moving incredibly quickly with significant commitment of money and manpower and political backing as well. What would be your recommendation to the kind of things we're just hearing about what is possible here in Iraq?
I don't know. Sorry. I don't know whether it's pure coincidence, but you have two gentlemen sitting together, one talking about the huge potential that Iraq has in terms of sun and solar energy, and another gentleman...
Which is the same as India.
Yes, totally. And you've got another person who's now going to tell you something which actually genuinely, even as an Indian and even as part of the Adani group, startled me the first time I was told about it. First, a fact about India. 80% of India's additional power generation capacity, and that's a large number we are talking, in the last 5 years has been renewable. So India has a large non-renewable generation, but last 5 years, 80% has been renewable. Now, the Adani Group, my friends, in the western part of India, and it's a name that you will hear in the future more and more, is called Khavda. Khavda, completely barren land, about 10 kilometers from our somewhat sensitive border. And the Adani Group is setting up a power plant which once finished, a solar power plant, which once finished, Nick, will be 5 times the size of Paris. It is going to generate 30,000 megawatts of solar and wind together, solar about 80% of it, 30,000. And it's not just a project which is in the pipeline. It was started about 2.5 years ago. Last year, we delivered 6,000 megawatt completed, done and dusted. Every year for the next 4 years, we're going to give an additional 6,000 megawatt. By 2030, we would have done 30,000 megawatts.
And what have you learned there about development and about expansion and investment?
Two extremely important things, that with that kind of scale, your power cost goes down. Second, we've learned that if you're part of the entire chain, that means for solar panels, you're not dependent on some other country, and we are producing the entire solar panels ourselves. This is really an extremely important, not just an economic activity, but also a very important contribution to the country's net zero emission targets.
Nikos, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but I just want to clarify one thing, please, from Saad. You heard there the incredible potential. Yeah. You also heard the German consul, I hope you're here, but he said sustainability is one thing that they are pushing very hard. Is that something that Iraq really has to adopt and adapt to in principle?
Absolutely, absolutely. Sustainability is a long life and in the future of the kids' life.
Is it accepted?
I think everything is a process, you know, coming from the pre-2003, which we are hardly, I mean, it's a long life, 22 years, but that we were completely isolated from the world. And then afterward, then came in through a lot of difficult stages of the civil unrest, sectarian issues, and ISIS, and again, economical, let's say, turmoils and everything else. I think it's a process, but I believe that now Iraqi policymakers understand have they done it, not to the level that they should have done it.
Does it need political commitment or does it need money?
I think Iraq has money. It's just need to be efficiently managing the economy. And of course, if you don't do it efficiently, no matter how much money you have, you know that it will be wasted anyway. But Iraq is a rich resources country with everything. If they manage it properly, it's very, very easy to pick up and then grow very fast.
Nikos.
To stay on this point, so we have these two big representatives of the companies, and if I was trying to make a better world, it would include Adani to help set up the situation they have experienced, plus you need batteries for the storage, so it could be pumped storage, which you're experts. Pumped storage is using water and not Tesla batteries, which means you don't have more costs. You would take over the situation of the local partner, and then the Gulf could help fund, along with Global Gateway, which has $500 billion to de-risk the whole project. So that and the other thing you need is a little bit the grid to send it over to our side. So I think that's a fantastic project and a doable one. And now when you go back to India, you need to continue the situation. So the funding could come from there, from the Gulf. The Gulf just bought $600 billion from the United States. They can put a little bit more into Iraq, which are over here. So I think there are, and with European help, which is a green economy. So in this process, we create all the synergies that we want. And it's a very doable country, especially a petrol-producing company, which is going to have taxes if things are based on that in the future. And then there can also be carbon capture, which again, India has some expertise on. So it's slightly easier than trying to do the more difficult things of changing, reforming the bureaucracy. This will work and change the bureaucracy as the project goes ahead.
We're potentially talking about a pragmatic vision which is achievable in the near future. And Anna, let me come to you because I heard you say about an hour ago, talking about a Middle East union. Now, that would seem a long way away at the moment, but cooperation, the kind of things we've just been hearing about here, just take us to the next stage of your thinking on a Middle East union. It sounds very grand. We know the problem of keeping 27 countries together in the European Union. Help us understand how something like that could help develop in the way we've just heard from Shishir and also Saad.
If we think 100 years ago or 90 years ago, nobody could believe that we could have European Union or Germany and France could have common borders. So everything can happen. Now, I think it is interesting that you have in the panel two entrepreneurs and two politicians at the European level. What is going on now in Iraq and in other countries? I will reply to your question. It is a very particular moment that this strategic location and the energy resources are backed by global initiatives. It is China with Belt and Road, it is the United States, it's the European Union with the global gate. So there are so many investors who are interested to come to these countries. I think, Nick, that it is a very crucial moment, according to our experience, that these countries have to have a clear doctrine of sovereignty and reciprocity of the investments. It's very important for the future. And what do I mean by that? You said about WTO. Iraq is in WTO. It is in ILO in 1932. It is in the climate agreement. Does it make have they any impact? I don't believe so much. So when I speak about this clean doctrine about sovereignty, I mean that they must be sure that this kind of investment will not have a global risk in the future. They must give incentives not only to buy assets or to buy land, but at the same, because we see it in our country, but at the same time to give incentives to participate in innovative ecosystems. And then there is a need now to agree on ESG standards, because this is the crucial moment. And if we take into account all the investors, the environment issue, the social issue, the governance issue, it's a very good starting point. And if we see them in all countries in Middle East, or step by step from country to the country, then what we said about Middle East could be an easier issue. It's not just a vision.
Let me come to Shashir, because there's we've got a lot to get through in a short time. Multimodal corridors is what you and I have talked about before, about the definition of connectivity to global markets. Help us understand how that could help, particularly the Dry Canal project. Many people don't know what that is, but that's important. And also IMEC, the newly launched system. How could that help?
I think if you want to be prepared, not for today, but for 20 years down the line, you've got to be part of a multimodal, or perhaps more than one multimodal corridor.
What do you mean by that?
Traditionally, corridors were largely transport corridors. You know, that's what globally the connection was. They have increasingly become multimodal. You'll have data going back and forth. You'll have energy going back and forth. You will definitely have, you know, the transport part of it. Even culture, absolutely.
Wait a minute, Anna. Can we just have the microphone up for Anna, please? You need to say what you just said, because I couldn't hear, and maybe everyone else couldn't.
She was saying even culture.
Okay.
Absolutely right. Now, IMEC is perhaps a corridor which starts from India, links to the Mediterranean and to the European Union. It is envisaged. It was announced about 2 years ago. There's lots going on. It could very well be passing through this region or close to this region. There could also be, I presume, some voices in Iraq which would say we are already part of the development road project, and that too in a way links to Turkey and then to the European Union. But the fact is this takes you even more eastwards to India. And being part of one corridor or multimodal corridor is not exclusive. You don't, you know, kind of can't be part of two. All it is just providing, facilitating different shipping lanes, facilitating different ports, facilitating energy. One point on this, especially coming back to energy, I think the future would lie, especially, Nicholas, what you said, in terms of this region being able to export green hydrogen to Europe. Most easily exportable, most easily done if you have large sources of power, and if you're part of a multimodal corridor, you pack it off and send it.
Saad, are these important accelerators for what is possible and what is needed? Because only 3% of your electricity comes from renewables here in Iraq.
Iraq needs to improve the infrastructure across the board.
Is that down to a big company like you, or is it down to government
I think for the companies, I would leave it for the companies because private always does things faster, more efficient. So government needs to put the rules and regulations, and then the companies would do the job.
And the multimodal corridors, is that something which is achievable? Is it within reach?
It is undergoing, actually. And right now, the development road, and then what we call it dry channel, we call it development road. But definitely the Iraqi governments and Kurdistan together, collectively, they have to work hard from the Al-Faw, from the port, all the way to the railways and lands and reaching to the Turkish connection, and then from there to the greater market. And that one not only bringing things from the east to us, but also can be a very good path for the Qatari gas, natural gas, to reach to the European, the trans line of gas.
Shashir, what have you learned in the last 4 or 5 years about what was impossible and written off as an option is now becoming central to possibilities, urgency, and achievement?
Look, as long as I think the conversation 4 or 5 years back was, a complete transition to green energy, I think there was a certain amount of impracticality to it. The minute the conversation has become, no, let's have much more of green, but again, for a country like India, and I'm sure there are others, who have very strong developmental aspirations, then you've got to factor in probably a coexistence to some extent with fossil fuel. I think you cannot have a situation where you completely do away with fossil fuel. A small example, Nick. India's got 2 big milestones coming up. It wants to be a developed country in 100 years of its independence, which is 2047. And it's already committed to have a 0 net emission by 2070. Which one of this comes first? Your developmental aspirations. 100% yes, you've got to leave a better planet for the next generation, but not without caring for your present generation. If the requirement is that you need to have affordable power and secure power to the absolute last village in India, I'm going to vouch for it. Even if it means that, it's got to be a mix of solar, wind, and fuel and thermal. So what I've learned in the last 4 or 5 years, Nick, is that if there is practicality to it, and if the government strongly believes that the people-centric development is essential, you'll achieve it.
Saad, let me just pick up on Anna's point about, and I'm going to use shorthand here, the Middle East Union, but what you're saying about the breaking down of barriers and the joining together with intent. How important is that for you and your company and your enterprise to encourage you to think even more radically? Look what's happening in Saudi Arabia with the Green Deal there as well. It's all happening at the moment. Do you feel you're joining the train, you're on the train at the same time as them?
Oh, as a businessman, we need a bigger market. Uniting the Middle East, making it one integrated bigger market, definitely is an ambition of everybody.
Is it achievable, do you think?
I think it is achievable. By talking even about that, probably, as Anna said, that 100 years ago, there wasn't a subject of EU. So as became a subject of the, let's say, new Middle East or unified Middle East, just by talking about, I think it is something that it is achievable. As I said, that it's not an overnight job. Definitely the leaders, governments, businesses, all the elites should work together to make it happen. But is it in the best interest of everybody? Absolutely, yes. I am for it.
Let me, Shashir, come to you because, you've had the continuity of a 2-term, you're in a 3rd term of a BJP government, so there's continuity here. But how much is having political support for this, right from the top, absolutely crucial, and a driver? I would say in the 1st term of the Modi government, there was an ambiguity about it. Now there's a very full-on commitment, particularly in Gujarat.
Look, it takes time for a government's commitment to translate into action and to be seen by people. In my personal perception, Nick, I don't think the government commitment was any less in the first term, but it takes time. You know, I may have adopted certain policies, since we're talking so much about renewable, but it takes time. And therefore, it becomes much more evident in the second term and now as the third term of the government. But now let me just wear a different hat. Let me wear a hat of a possible investor into India. What would you look at? You'd look at probably three things. You would look at political stability, you would look at the way economic situation is going, and you will look at institutions. And I think what the government presently has done is given you a tick in the box for all three. You've got political stability and commitment, you've got economic growth, which is all the result of, you know, the ease of doing business and reducing the cost of doing business. And overall, there is a huge expectation that this growth would continue. So wearing that hat too, Nick, I would feel that, yes, India is poised for even more further growth.
Nikos and Anna, can I just invite you? We've got 10 minutes left. You've been on 2 consecutive panels. We're about to finish off the day. Can I give you 5 minutes of advance warning about a kind of takeaway from your perspective, having sat through debates and having sat on the platform, about the encouragement you'd like to give about what is needed to spur people on in a positive way? While I'm talking to Saad again, when you listen to this and you have to live with the federal system here in Iraq, which is complicated, there are different powers at play, and I don't have to go into the details. How much is it important in order to achieve what you're talking about to try and work to overcome those federal obstacles?
Challenges.
Say that again, can you?
And
say that again.
Hello?
Yeah, say
Okay.
again.
Yeah, I said definitely there are challenges, but I think when there is a will, there is a way. As you say.
Is there a will?
I think so, yes. There is a will. I think we can create a good synergy to make the wills that would be comfortably okay by everybody, because everybody has a will, definitely, but they want the will that goes mostly for them. In a federal, little bit sophisticated with a complexity of the background over there, yes, I agree with you. But I think there are synergy that where everybody wins, win for everybody, and it is achievable. I'm optimistic.
When you look at the title of this session, The Role of Iraq and the Gulf in global markets, what's your overall reflection about the way things are moving despite the massive geopolitical problems?
Iraq, yes, despite the geographical strategic position over there, but Iraq is not alone. There are different corridors that's coming in, like a port of India to Middle East, so the UAE, then Israel, and then Mediterranean. In addition to the Suez Canal, which has been dominant historically all the time, we have to find a positive angle that can work for everybody, and definitely has to work everybody together. It cannot work by Iraq, okay, please, Mr. Saudi or Mr. UAE, come work, and then Mr. Qatar, I need you, Iraq. I think it's a collective effort by everybody to make it a unified Middle East hub to serve the whole Eastern and Western.
Let me take you one more step down that. How do you achieve that, do you believe?
You're giving me a hard time, Nick. How do you
I'm not giving
achieve
you a
that
hard
one?
time.
I said that.
I'm hoping you might have the answers.
True, but that is a
You are
billion-dollar
executive
question.
chairman of a major company.
Fine. I would say it, I'm by nature an optimistic individual. I would say that creating synergy is not the most difficult part of it. Starting that one, a will is important for that one. How that is achievable, I think the conversation we are having, I'm repeating myself again here, is by itself is something that everybody has already thought about it. That's why we are talking about here.
Gigi, before I go to Nikos and Anna, what do you believe is achievable for Iraq?
Look, you've got to believe the sky's the limit. I mean, even if you look at the fact that, look at the kind of progress Iraq has made in the last, 10 years, I would say. But I think really what will come is the two things, Nick, that you've already probably said. A strong change of perception globally. We heard it in the previous session when the Council Generals were here. You need a change of that perception. And perhaps in a different way, we don't have too many representatives from Africa, but this is the kind of perception that Africa had about maybe 15 or 20 years ago. There was this feeling that, everything related there, you heard of strife in one country in Africa and you presumed that the entire continent was dark. There needed to be a change in that perception. And I think that's exactly the point which I think one of the Council Generals was mentioning, that when you try to get industries, governments can have a bilateral and a very, very good relationship, but it's not governments that set up industry. It's got the private sector's got to come in. And I think that message needs to go loud and clear. And I think it's a phenomenal job that the Delphi Economic Forum has done by bringing this here. What can, could be no better way to internationalize the kind of situation, positive situation that exists here than what's been done by bringing the forum here.
Anna, what's your take-off message?
3 points. The first one is that you talked about perception. And I think that Delphi Forum has played a very important role to break this perception. It is 3 years now that we have brought in this international forum in Greece people from Kurdistan, and we saw the real face, because in the minds of people, Kurdistan is a place among the mountains or on the mountains, and is a place of battles, a land of battles. So I think it is very important. The second one, we spoke about investment, about enterprises, about money, etc. I think institution is very important. And in Iraq, we know that there are 3 parts. There are the Arab Shia, the Arab Sunni, the Kurds, and the Kurds have problems between them. So I think Europe here can teach. I use this word, teach, because we had religion wars. We had religion differences for hundreds of years. And then even today, in Belgium, the Flemish and the Francophone do not like each other, but they coexist, and they have a prosperous economy and society. So institution building and conciliation after so many difficult years is important, and the European Union can play a role. And my last point, we had the discussion about energy and the future. So I believe that clean energy diplomacy can play a very important role for not only for green hydrogen, but for energy storage, which is very important. And universities, governments, and enterprises can play a very important role here. And of course, the talent mobility. Allow engineers and mathematicians and physicians to come here and there and have the research projects, which can be very important.
Clean energy diplomacy. I wonder what Joe Nye would have said about that. Sadly, he died 2 weeks ago, but given what he introduced on soft power, maybe there could be clean energy power. Nikos, the final word, please.
Well, I think my sense from coming here today is that a lot has been done, and we need to do more. So we're in some section in the middle. We need institutional change. And again, I think if I was governor of some region, I would make many connections with Europe. I would even set up a private company to bring the money over and do as many connections as possible. The reforms, they'll happen. I believe they'll happen. The perception needs fixing because of the region, and to separate it from the region and to say that Kurdistan is actually, this part is much more stable than almost anything else. So I think there's a good story to be told, and an emblematic project like the one you'll be doing in 2 years will also put Kurdistan on the map for things besides petroleum. So it's a doable proposition, and then you need people like us, like Anna, like you, all of us, to come back and be your supporters. And that's why I'm here. I see it all the time in Brussels, but it's always on Syria. Now it has to be on Kurdistan.
Thanks, Nikos. Let me just repeat that. the perception needs fixing. A good story to be told. There's also an encouragement for you to set up a new company to bring money to the country, but I'll leave you to think about that one. But thank you all very much indeed. So I think what we've shared with you is some real positives. So you can walk up the hill at the end of today feeling, yes, there are problems, but they're fixable and they're moving in the right direction. So thank you all very much indeed, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. We have now reached the end of the first day of the Delphi Economic Forum here in Slemani. The forum will continue tomorrow with more distinguished guests and insightful speeches. Please note that tomorrow the guests will start to arrive at 8:30 in the morning and the forum will start at 9:30. We look forward to another productive day of dialogue and collaboration with all of you. Thank you so much.